Good morning. We are on the record. Good morning again, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short,
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right, our first case this morning, our protest hearing status, case number 24 PRO 00078, Capital Connect, license number 127520. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. See Board Order number 2024-613. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00089, ALD number 179, license 127377. This hearing is also canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. See Board Order number 2024-615. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00082, Fish Shop DC, license number 128628. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Morning, Chairman. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Bob Link, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Mixon, you just disappeared.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm. First name Cameron, Cameron. Last name Mixon, Mixon.
And you are representing, sir?
The applicant, Art Farm, trading as Fish Shop DC.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Link. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Bob Link, ANC 6D 01 BOBLINK.
Good morning, Mr. Link. Are there any, Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, a preliminary matter. A settlement agreement has been reached between the parties. Has not been executed at this time as according to ANC 6D's procedure, they have a meeting scheduled between now and the time at approximately 1 month from now. They plan to vote on it at their full commission meeting and execute and submit to the ANC or to the ABCA. I'm sorry.
All right, I get it, Mr. Mixon. Good morning, Mr. Link. Any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention?
Just confirming Mr. Mixon's description of the situation. It's been through committee, it's approved, it's in front of ANC 6D. It's already on the agenda for October 15th business meeting. Then we'll get right to submission of a fully executed settlement agreement.
All right, this matter as a placeholder is on our calendar for a protest hearing for October 2nd at 1:30, and so maybe I'm aware that the guys, so maybe someone needs to do something prior to the hearing. We are aware that there's a settlement agreement. We're also aware that I guess one of the things that you can do, Mr. Mixon, because this is a new license. Maybe both parties can file a continuance and for us to continue it, because if the hearing is scheduled for the 2nd, I know that the parties want to continue the hearing this morning, but because of the timing,
Yes.
that's one of the reasons why I'd like to see you both. So that's one. But what I'd ask, because the hearing is scheduled for October 2nd at 1:30, for the parties to file a joint motion to continue past the ANC date. And then because since it's going to be a joint motion, and it's the only way the board can extend the timeline for a new hearing, for a new license, is if the applicant agrees. So by filing a joint motion to continue the hearing past October 2nd, the board will grant it. Okay.
You'll have a consent motion to review this time next week.
All right. Thank you, sir. You both have a great day, and thank you for your presentation this morning. Thank you. Take care.
Sure.
All right. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00070 Press Club Cocktail Bar, license number 128028. This case is also canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar, we now move to a show cause hearing status calendar, which is case number 24 CMP 00007. Live K, license number 121178. This case is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its consideration and approval. The next case on our calendar, it's case number 24 CMP 00008, Live K, license number 121178. This case is also canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00074, The Avenue, license number 101007. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case?
I think Alicia Hogan-Miller, your access has been elevated. Tim Walsh, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, can you?
I can hear you. Yep, I can hear you.
Are you able to appear on camera, sir?
I'm working on this right now. There it is.
All right, fine, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Hogan-Miller. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning. Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogan-Miller, ALYCIA HOGENMILLER, on behalf of the government.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Walsh, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, sir?
My name is Timothy Walsh, TIMOTHY, Walsh, WALSH. From the Avenue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. All right. Ms. Hogan-Miller, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Mr. Walsh?
I'm sorry for joining late. I just saw this on my calendar. I thought it was a webinar. I'm not quite sure what this is for. I apologize.
All right. Okay, sir. Are you an attorney?
No, I'm the proprietor of the business.
All right, sir. This is failure to file a quarterly statement. You were fined for not filing a quarterly statement. I don't know which statement you did not file, and so this
Okay.
is the purpose of the show cause hearing. I mean, Ms. Hogan-Miller, is this your case or whose case is this, ma'am?
This case is assigned to Assistant Attorney General Josh John Baptiste, and I believe he emailed Mr. Walsh at the email address timberwalsh@gmail.com.
Yep, that's right. I just saw this this webinar.
All right,
right, so
go ahead, sir.
I recall this. It's just, do I come down to Abra and just file it, or pay the fine and file?
Well, let me have you. All right.
Typically, the accountant does this. Just for point of reference, we've been in Chapter 11, Subchapter 5 bankruptcy, and we just settled out of that, or we're in the process of selling the business, and we settle on that on the 30th of this month. But I'll come down and pay whatever you need me to take care of, so this isn't an issue.
Well, the bottom line is that you can maybe the government. Well, you and the government can talk. Ms. Hogan-Miller, can you give him you can contact the government's attorney, or I'm sorry, you can come to the office, pay the fine,
Okay.
but you need to have a conversation with the government's attorney about what is it that you're going to do. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
So this case is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 9th at 1:30. But give a call to the attorney who's assigned to this case, sir, and you two can figure out what you're going to. You can let them know what is it that you're going to do, and
Yeah, I'll take care of it after lunch today.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00023. Guapo's Restaurant, license number 16332. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
I don't see one listed, but there is a call-in user, which I'm going to elevate just to see.
Okay, thanks. Is there anyone here for? There's a Nancy Agueta.
There we go. Nancy Argueta, your access has been elevated.
You can drop the call-in user, sir.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Hogan-Miller. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning again. Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogan-Miller, ALYCIA HOGENMILLER, on behalf of the government.
Mr. Aguela, can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Yes, it's Nancy Argueta, Nancy. Last name is ARGUETA.
Good morning, Ms. Argueta. All right, Ms. Hogan-Miller, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Ms. Argueta, any preliminary matters in this case?
No, and actually, Mr. Markowitz emailed yesterday. We are accepting the offer in compromise.
All right. All right. So, all right. Then, if you're accepting it, you can. I assume that the parties you'll sign it, and the offer in compromise will be provided to the board for its approval. All right. Well.
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine. Then we will look forward to receiving the offer in compromise. If not, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 9th at 10:30. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case on the calendar is case number 24 CIT 00206, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloons, license number 71793. Mr. Oriana is the licensee for this case on the line.
I do not see Gaynor Jablonski. but there is a call-in user. Not sure if that might be him.
Is there anyone here for the ugly mug? Can you please identify yourself? If there's anyone here for the ugly mug, please identify yourself through the chat and we'll elevate you.
Looks like it wasn't.
All right, fine. Ms. Hogan-Miller, can you identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogan-Miller, ALYCIA-HOGENMILLER, on behalf of the government.
Good morning, ma'am. The licensee is not here. At show cause hearing status, the licensee is not required. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 23rd at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind you, Ms. Hogan-Miller, that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses to each side and to the agency of the documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose the documents and witnesses unless reasonable cause is shown, the board will is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00068. The Armitis, ARTEMIS, license number 117517. This hearing is canceled. The government will be dismissing this case due to the payment of the fine. The next case in our calendar is case number 23251 00021 Cafe Citron, license number 60138. This case is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. And we're at the end of our morning calendar. So we're at the end of our morning calendar, and so now we will now do our since we're at the end of our calendar, we will now do our agenda items for the morning. Excuse me. So the first agenda item that we will discuss today, it's review of an offer in compromise, excuse me, in lieu of a hearing dated September 17th, 2024 for I apologize. Sorry. Let's start over again. Review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 17th, 2024 for case number 23 CMP 00007 and case number 24 CMP 0008. This is live K, license number 121178. And the offer in compromise, this is the global offer in compromise. The terms for case number 24 CMP 0007, that charge 1, allow the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose, first primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582382. There is a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, fail to follow settlement agreement, first, second tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a fine of $250 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Until the fine is paid. For case number 24 CMP 00008, charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose, first primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582382. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 2, interfered with an ABCA investigation by providing false or misleading statements, first primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A5C. There's a $1,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, Charge 3, failed to follow settlement agreement. First, secondary tier violation, statute or authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a fine of $250 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2 on our agenda, review of offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 17, 2024 for case number 23251-00021, Cafe Citron, license number 060138. The offer in compromise for this case, charge 1, failed to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a fine of $2,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failed to preserve a crime scene, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A8. $2,000 fine within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 6, 2024 for case number 23251-00007, Abigail Room, license number 010768. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to preserve a crime scene. First, primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A8. This charge has been dismissed. Charge 2, failed to follow security plan by failing to preserve a crime scene. First, primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. This charge has also been dismissed. Charge 3, failed to ensure cameras were operational. First, primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836G1. There's a fine of $2,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other term, enforcement to conduct a walkthrough to ensure cameras are operational. Charge 4, interfered or failed to cooperate with an investigation. First, primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A5. A warning will be issued. Charge 5, failed to provide the board with proof of corrective maintenance or replacement of cameras. First, primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836H. A warning will be issued. Charge 6, allowed the establishment to be used for an unlawful or disorderly purpose. First, primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There's a $1,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated September 10, 2024 by and between the Advisory Navy Commission 2B and the Press Club Cocktail Bar, license number 128025. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of settlement agreement dated October 10, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Boga de Chao, license number 128586. I make a motion that we approve the agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated September 6, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the abutting neighbors, Citizens Association of Georgetown, and CREM, license number 128670. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of a motion for reconsideration filed by Queens Chapel Civic Association dated August 18, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00075 and 24 PRO 0076, Sahara Market, license number 128674. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of applicant's opposition to QCCA's motion for reconsideration dated September 9, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00075 and 24 PRO 0076, Sahara Market, license number 128674. This is now moot. Number 9, review of request to store invoices off premises at 1600 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, dated September 9, 2024. This is for Bread First, license number 125516. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, review of a settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Bud Love, license number 128413. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and District Gaslight, license number 126785. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of ANC's motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated September 6, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00072, Bloom at North, license number 127912. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of applicant's opposition to ANC's motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated September 10, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00072, Bloom at North, license number 127912. This matter is now moot. Number 5, review of motion for reconsideration of board order number 2024-633 dated September 12, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00085, Smoke and Things 2, license number 128451. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of protestants' opposition to motion for reconsideration dated September 16, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00085, Smoke and Things 2, license number 128451. This is now moot. Number 7, review of application supplemental reply to protestants' opposition to motion for reconsideration dated September 16, 2024, in case number 24 PRO 00085, Smoke and Things 2, license number 128451. This is also moot. Okay, so we're at the end of that agenda item. So now let's go to our legal agenda. I'm sorry, licensing agenda. All right, the first matter on our licensing agenda, review request for a disposal permit to sell unopened alcoholic beverage inventory to another ABC license holder in Washington, D.C. This is for the City Tavern Club, license number 000801. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request for approval to provide a gift of Tito's Handmade Vodka account activation with trivia and swag, koozie, stickers, hats that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda, a review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Solar Wine and Spirits, license number 129978. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Hotel, aka Washington Circle, license number 129975. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Mott's Market, license number 129563. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application for class change from a Retailer B full service grocery to Retailer B Internet. This is for Radici, license number 093687. I make a motion that we refer this matter to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Duck, Duck, Goose, license number 118100. The licensee is out of business. I therefore make a motion that this license be canceled. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 25 applicants. I'm going to read all 25 names, the name, the class category, the date, the license number, and the attendees. And I will make a recommendation at the end of the list. I'll make a motion that the board approves the recommendations as presented by the chair. All right. The first licensee is Letitia Cunningham. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for Best Kids Award ceremony. This is October 4th. The license number is 129920. 100 attendees to security guards approval. Number 2, a request from Elizabeth Pence, a one-day license class F. This is parent potluck. This is September 22nd. The license number is 129934. 130 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, a request from Sage Colbert, a one-day license class F, back to school event. This is September 28th. The license number is 129939. 300 attendees, 6 security guards approval. Number 4, a request from Stephen G. Milliken, a one-day license class F reception. This is September 20th. The license number is 129959. 100 attendees, 2 security guards approval. Number 5, Millicent Hawkins, one-day license class G. This is a stewardship event. This is September 21st. The license number is 129922. 150 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 6, a request from Rebecca Gorney, a one-day license class G for a wedding. This is September 21st. The license number is 129933. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, a request from Christopher Arthur, a one-day license class G. This is for the H Street Festival. This is September 21st. The license number is 129952. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8, approval. Number 8, a request from Rajai Rankins, a one-day license class G. This is for the H Street Festival, September 21st. The license number is 129953. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 8, request from Vincenzo, Vicenzo, Floreno, Floreno Jr., one-day license class G, private event. This is September 22nd through September 25th. The license number is 129961. 150 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 10, another request from Vincento Florino Jr., a one-day license class G, private event. This is September 26th to September 29th. The license number is 129961. 150 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 11, a request from Lax Wines and Spirits. This is for one-day substantial change. This is for community block party. Nature of substantial change to use the license off premises in the establishment's parking lot. This is on September 28th. The license number is 082054. The substantial change license 24SC 00977. Number 12, a request from Tipsy Scoop for one day substantial change. This is for open streets. The substantial change use license off premises in front of establishment. This is on October 25th. The license number is 126236. The substantial change license is 24SC00979 approval. Number 13, a request from Atlas Performing Arts Center, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. Substantial change, use a license off premises in front of establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 085207. The substantial change license is 24SC00984. Approval. Number 14, a request from Dirty Water, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. The substantial change use license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 125771. Substantial change license is 24SC00985. Approval. Number 15, a request from District Alley, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. The nature of substantial change, use a license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 127675. Substantial change license 24SC00986. Approval. Number 16, Focus DC, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival. Nature of substantial change, use a license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 118015. The substantial change license is 24SC00987. Approval. Number 17, Akuna Matala Kitchen, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. The nature of the established substantial change, use a license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 121081. The substantial change license is 24SC00988. Approval. Number 18, Hill Prince, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. Substantial change, use a license off premises in front of the establishment. This is for September 21st. The license number is 104782. The substantial change license is 24SC00989. Approval. Number 19, Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. Nature of the substantial change, use a license off premises in front of the establishment. September 21st. The license number is 119312. Substantial change license 24SC00990. Approval. Number 20, Ocean Lounge, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. The nature of substantial change is to use a license off premises in front of the establishment. September 21st. The license number is 114106. Substantial change license 24SC00991. Approval. 21, On the Rocks, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. Nature of substantial change, to use license off premises in front of the establishment. The license number is 106695. The substantial change license is 24SC 00992. Approval. Number 22, Smoking Pig, one-day substantial change. It's for the H Street Festival. To use license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 127999. The substantial change license is 24SC 00993. Approval. Number 23, the Haymaker Bar, one-day substantial change. This is for the H Street Festival. Nature of substantial change, use the license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 1015. The license number is 084689. The substantial change license is 24SC 00994. Approval. Number 24, Kin House, one-day substantial change. This is again for the H Street Festival. The nature of substantial change use a license off premises in front of the establishment. This is September 21st. The license number is 129484. Substantial change license is 24 SC 00982 approval. And the last matter is a retroactive event. This is for Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, 1 day substantial change. The event was the CBCF cocktail reception. The nature of substantial change to extend hours of operation to 4 a.m. Alcohol service sales and service not affected, not prohibited after 2 p.m. This event was September 12th. The license number is 119312. The substantial change license 24 SC 00963. Approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approves the recommendation made by the chair for our 1 day substantial change agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. So let's now do our administrative docket for alcohol. On this docket, there are 14 applicants. I'm going to read all 14 applicants, the type of establishment they are, the request, and I'll make a recommendation. At the end of the list, I will make a motion so the board adopts the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So number 1 is Voodoo. License number 126026. It's a retailer C Tavern trade name change application. The new name is Voodoo/The Craft. Number 2, approval. Number 2 is a request from Martha Dyer. This is for personal importation permit application. The license number is 24 IMP 00033 approval. Number 3, a request from Best Price Liquors, license number 129977, retailer A liquor store transfer with sale application. Number 4, a request from Para Eat DC, license number 129408, retailer C restaurant, new ABC application approval. Number 5, Tiffany's Bar and Bistro, license number 129463, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application approval. Number 6, Aldi's, license number 15, license number 127993, retailer B full service license approval. Number 7, Sahara Market, license number 128673, retailer B beer and wine, new ABC application. This matter is being returned to licensing. Number 8, Sahara Market, license number 128674, retailer C restaurant, new ABC application. This matter has been returned to licensing. Number 9, Level 2, license number 129153, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application approval. Number 10, Metz Catering PA, license number 127619, caterers license, new ABC license application approval. Number 11, the Ugly Duckling, license number 129940, retailer C Tavern transfer without sale application approval. Number 12, Bar Betsy, license number 129467, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application approval. Number 13, DuPont Italian Kitchen, license number 008949, Retailer C Restaurant, requests an expansion of the licensed premises to include the interior and outdoor space. Interior seats will increase from 104 to 161. Sidewalk cafe capacity will increase from 80 to 117. Total occupancy load increase from 119 to 166. Approval. Number 14, Political Patties, license number 129917, Retailer C Tavern, transfer without sale application approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve the recommendation as put forth by the Chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anniston, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 9 applicants on this agenda. I will review all 9 applicants with some recommendations. And at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the ABC Board approve the recommendations as put forth by the Chair. So these are conditional retailer and internet retailer application. Number 1, review of social equity application for conditional retailer license. This is for Garden Supply LLC, license number 129044. I make approval for this one. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional retail license. This is More Than One LLC, license number 128531, approval. Number 3, review of social equity application for conditional retail license. This is Smoke and Things LLC, license number 128896, approval. These are the standard retail application, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is Stealth Gray LLC, license number 129942, placard. Number 5, review of standard application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Elevated Tours, license number 129725. This application will be denied because it's within 300 feet of a recreational center. Request review of packaging and delivery and advertising designs. This is for Pink Fox, license number 126422, approval. Number 7, review of packaging and advertising designs. This is for DC's Finest LLC, license number 125104, approval. Appeals. Review of appeal of denial for social equity application for conditional retail license. This is Binet Industries LLC, license number 128284, approval. And number 9, review of appeal of denial for social equity application for conditional retailer license. The establishment's name is the Joint, license number 129055, approval. I make a motion that ABC Board therefore approve the recommendation made by the Chair for this agenda item. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And our final agenda item for the morning, this is the medical cannabis license administrative docket. There are 6 agenda items on this docket. I will read the applicants, the class category, and recommendations. So the first one is Cloud9, license number 126845, medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement. New application, social equity applicant approval. No Kids Allowed, license number 126724, medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement. New application, social equity applicant approval. Green Label, license number 127434, Medical cannabis retailer request to remove partner McQuince, MCQUCIO Moore. Approval number 4, Green Theory, license number 126845, medical cannabis retailer request to remove partner Robert Martin. Approval number 5, Monco, MONKO, license number 128037, medical cannabis retailer with delivery and educational tasting endorsement. New application, social equity applicant. Approval, Granny Z's, ZA's. License number 126762, medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement. New application, standard application. Approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves the recommendation made by the chair for this agenda item. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. All right. All right, we're at the end of our agenda, our calendar and agenda items for the morning, and so the ABC board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two of the board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. We actually have 3 cases this afternoon on our calendar. So before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. As I stated before, we have 3 cases scheduled for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So prior to calling our calling our first case, I would like to do an addendum. We have a legal addendum to our medical cannabis agenda today. And the first case on the legal agenda, medical cannabis addendum, it's the review of response to order to cease and desist board order number 2024-536 dated August 14th, 2024. This is an Elevate. That hearing, I make a motion that the hearing now be scheduled for October 4th at 10 a.m. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant. I can't hear you, Mr. Grant.
Sorry about that. Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And the next case, the number 2, review of order to cease and desist board order number 2024-616. This is BIP Peace or Peace in the Air, unlicensed medical cannabis retailer, and that I make a motion that we schedule this matter for a hearing on October 4th at 11 a.m. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And if Mr. Anderson, I agree, the matter passed 3-0. Our afternoon calendar, the first case I want to call in our afternoon calendar is case number 24PRO00071, J&D Market, license number 103723. This hearing is rescheduled to October 2nd at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. I just want to advise the parties that we have a protest hearing for Sahara Market, and however, I'm going to do a show cause hearing prior to. And so, although both cases are scheduled to start at 1:30, I'm doing the emissary first. Depending how long that case is, I'm hoping that that case doesn't last longer than an hour, but I do not know. So we're talking about maybe depending what goes on in our first case, that we might not start the protest hearing until 2:30. I don't know yet how long that case is going to be, but I just want to put the folks on notice for the protest hearing. So the first case I'll be calling this afternoon is case number 24CIT00055, the emissary, license number 10155. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in the emissary case?
I think Alicia Hogan Miller, your access has been elevated. Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones, your access has been elevated. And I do not see the licensee, Chairman.
Is there anyone online for the emissary? If there's anyone online for the emissary, can you please identify yourself for the record?
We do have call-in users. I'll elevate just a C.
We remember we have a protest hearing, so I don't necessarily want to.
Okay.
We have a protest hearing, and so maybe some of those are. But if there's anyone here for the emissary, I need you to identify yourself so we can elevate you. All right. Ms. Hogan Miller, good afternoon. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller, ALYCIA on behalf of the government.
And Ms. Hogan Miller, if this matter goes to a hearing, do you have a witness you wish to call this afternoon?
Yes, we would call Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones.
Mr. Jones, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure thing. I'm Supervisor Investigator Earl Jones, first name E-A-R-L, last name Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
Ms. Hogan Miller, I see that the licensee is not here. Do you know whether or not the licensee plans to be here today?
No, I have not heard from the licensee.
Okay. All right. And, is the government prepared to move forward?
Yes.
Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25447E, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. The board's records reflect that the licensee was properly served, and seeing no licensee here today, and having no good and sufficient cause to extend this hearing, the board will proceed with the show cause hearing ex parte. Ms. Hogan Miller, do you wish to make an opening statement, ma'am?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. This case today relates to the sole charge of emissary failing to file its quarterly statement. During the hearing, you'll hear from ABCA Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones about how emissary failed to file the quarterly statement by the deadline. And at the end of the hearing, the government will ask that you apply a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the government would like to call Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones.
Mr. Jones, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the board today?
Yes, again, my name is Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones, first name E-A-R-L, last name Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And can I refer to the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration as ABCA?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your position with ABCA?
I am the night shift supervisor investigator.
How long have you been a supervisory investigator?
For the last year.
What are your duties as a supervisory investigator?
I am the supervisor for a team of investigators that investigate, that conduct investigations and inspections of licensed ABC establishments within the District of Columbia, as well as other assigned administrative duties.
And with your investigators, what do you do once they conduct the investigation? What's your role?
My role, once I'm there to assist if they need assistance while in the field. If there's regulations or that they're unclear about while they're in the field, or if they are in the midst of conducting investigations and they need assistance, I'm there to help them with recognizing whether it's a violation or not. Once they conclude writing their reports, I have to go over the reports to ensure that the information is correct, as well as other duties that they are assigned to.
So now let's turn to the case we're here for today. Are you familiar with the establishment located at 2032 P Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. emissary?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I'm only familiar with the establishment through one of my investigators that worked for the agency when she came upon this case regarding emissary.
And what was the violation that she discovered in this case?
The violation was failure to file their quarterly statement for the third quarter of 2023.
How often are establishments required to file quarterly statements?
Every 3 months.
How is the deadline calculated for when an establishment needs to file the quarterly statement?
The way that it's calculated is since the violation is calculated every 3 months, we also give them a reprieve or a grace period of 30 days. So ultimately, each establishment that is a hotel or a restaurant that has to file these quarterly statements are allowed pretty much 4 months to file their quarterly statement.
Based on that calculation, what was the deadline for the establishments to file a quarterly statement for the period of July to September 2023?
So the initial deadline was September 30th with an ultimate deadline of October 31st.
Did emissary file a quarterly statement for that period by the deadline of October 31st, 2023?
No, ma'am. And I just checked the history again prior to us getting on, and I see that they still haven't filed or haven't paid, I should say.
Did they end up filing a quarterly statement?
Not that I know of, ma'am.
Is part of your job as a supervisory investigator to review case reports written by your subordinates?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a case report written for this violation?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you, Chairperson Anderson, if I could share my screen.
Ms. Orlena, can you allow the government to share? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm now going to show you what the government has marked as Exhibit A for identification. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And let me know if at any point you need me to zoom in. What is this document?
That is the case report that was written by the previous investigator, Cantice Taylor.
Let me go to now the second page. I'm going to scroll into the bottom. Did you review this report during the approval process?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to note for the record that Government Exhibit A, the case report for emissary is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR 1713.10.
You are correct, and so it is a part of the board's records. Yes.
Thank you. Now we're going to turn to the first exhibit, Exhibit 1. What is this document?
That's a copy of the citation that was issued to emissary in the amount of $250 for the violation of failure to file their quarterly statement for the third quarter of 2023.
Did emissary pay this citation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Supervisory Investigator Jones. I have no more questions.
Any questions by any board members? Mr. Jones, just a quick question. I don't know if the case report, and I have it in front of me, does a case report have an investigative history regarding previous violations regarding quarterly statements, failure to file quarterly statements?
Yes, it does, sir.
And what is that, sir?
Well, what I want to do while I have you on, because, well, I can give you what it was at that time.
So I need to provide me the document that's already in evidence.
Okay, so they have a failure to file a quarterly statement 5/1/23. That was issued as a citation. However, that was a warning. They had an additional for 8/23. For 8/23.
So you're saying that what happened 8/23?
That was an additional, and that was a $250 fine, which was paid on 1/17/24.
So that's the extent of the investigative history regarding quarterly statements violation?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I don't have any further questions, and it doesn't appear that any board members have any questions. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Hogan-Miller?
No, Chairperson.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Investigator Jones, thank you for your testimony today. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do you wish to make a closing statement, ma'am?
Yes.
Go ahead.
May it please the board. This case is straightforward. DC Code Section 25-113 requires that licensees file a quarterly statement with the board. 23 DCMR 1207 requires that licensees file the quarterly statement 30 days after the end of the quarter. An emissary failed to do just that. Today, the government presented evidence in support of its singular charge, failure to file a quarterly statement. ABCA Supervisory Investigator Earl Jones testified that emissary failed to file its quarterly statement for the July to September 2023 time period. The government asks that you find in its favor and apply a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. The case is now closed, and all right. And I'll just close this matter out. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CIT 00055, the emissary, for the reasons pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575 B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 CIT 00055, the emissary, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Hogan-Miller. The board will issue a decision within 75 days. Thank you. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you, board members.
All right, then. Bye-bye. All right, our next and last case on our calendar this afternoon is a protest hearing. This is case number 24 PRO 00075 and case number 24 PRO 00076, Sahara Market, license number 128673 and 128674. Mr. Oriana, good afternoon again. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. Dr. Emmanuel Irono, your access has been elevated. Stephanie Rones, your access has been elevated. Scarlett Lewis, your access has been elevated. Sorry. There we go. And investigator Jarita Millington, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Mr. Jackson, before we start, are all your witnesses are they accounted for, sir?
Yes, I believe so, Chairman.
All right. Miss Rones, are all your witnesses accounted for, ma'am?
Yes.
All right.
Or I'd like to.
Hold on one minute, Miss. I can't hear you, but I'm gonna either turn your volume up or get closer. But let me introduce this case. Okay, so this is case number 24 CIT. I'm sorry, 24. I'm sorry. Right. This is cases 24 PRO 00075 and cases 24 PRO 00076 Sahara Market. This is a restaurant, and I think for a B and a CR license, and this is an application for a new license. Mr. Jackson, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Jeff Jackson, JEFFJACKSON, representing the applicant.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson?
Representing the applicant.
Is the applicant here this afternoon?
Yes, Dr. Rono.
Dr. Rona, can you come on camera, and please? I need you to identify yourself for the record, sir.
I'm trying to.
In the interim, why don't you spell and state your name for the record, sir, until you figure out your camera?
Yes, my name is Dr. Emmanuel Irono. I'm the owner of the Sahara Market.
Spell your name for the record, sir.
EMMAANNCUEL. The last name Irono, IRONO. Owner of the Sahara Market.
All right, so you can work on your camera, sir. Ms. Rones, can you identify yourself for the record, ma'am?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Rones. I am the attorney for the Queens Chapel Civic Association.
All right, Mr. Rones, hold on. All right. All right. So this is a all right, so let me just put us in before you probably have some representation you need to make, Ms. Rones, but let me just update where we are today. This is a protest hearing for this matter has been protested by the Queens Chapel Civic Association. The Civic Association had filed several motions. The most recent motion, one of the motions that was addressed earlier today there was a motion for reconsideration of our board order, Hold on one minute. I just want to bring you up to date because we had voted on that matter earlier. Hold on, please. This morning on our legal agenda, there was you had filed an opposition. I'm sorry. There was a motion for reconsideration. I'm sorry, that was filed by the Queens Chapel Civic Association of our board order and the board voted this morning to deny that reconsideration motion. I believe that I think there might be another pending motion. There's a motion to continue, and I think there's a motion to I think there was some motion regarding Mr. Jackson's representation. Do you have any preliminary matters that you want to address? You want to bring to the attention of the board, Ms. Rones?
Yes, I did file a motion for continuance, and I would like to express my reasons for doing so.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I was recently retained by the Queens Chapel Civic Association, and I have therefore requested a continuance of 30 days so that I could explore the record, do discovery, and interview witnesses. In addition, I'm presently out of the country.
All right. Mr. Jackson, do you have a position on the motion, sir?
Yes, I'm not in agreement with the motion, and I expressed that to the representation on Saturday when she contacted me by phone. So I would like to move forward.
All right, Ms. Rounds, unfortunately, the board cannot grant the motion, and the main reason why the board cannot grant the motion that this is a new license. I think if you're not speaking, I need for everyone to mute their line. Yeah, this is a new license. The board has a specific period of time to issue licenses. So if we have a protest hearing for a new license, the board has to issue its board order within 75 days from this. It's a 75-day process for new licenses, and unless the licensee, the applicant, agrees to a continuation motion, the board cannot unilaterally grant a motion, because by statute we have to issue our decision within 75 days, and that would take us beyond the 75 days, ma'am. And I believe this motion was filed, I think yesterday, but it doesn't matter when the motion was filed, because by statute we have to issue our decision within 75 days from application we have to issue a decision within 75 days, and so therefore, unless the applicant has agrees to the continuance, the board will have to deny the request for continuance. So I'll have a if you have any. So I'm going to make a motion that the board deny your request, because of there's really nothing the board can do to unilaterally grant a continuance motion for a new application when the applicant doesn't consent to the continuance. Okay, so I therefore make a motion that the continuance motion be denied. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Any other issue you want to bring to the attention of us, the board, Ms. Roan? Preliminary. I think there was a motion regarding. I'm sorry. There was a motion regarding Mr. Jackson's representation. I think that's just something that we need to move on from, ma'am. That's not a motion that we will entertain. Okay. Are there any other preliminary matters that we need to be brought to the attention of the board before moving forward?
Yes, I have one matter I'd like to recommend.
What is that, Mr. Jackson?
That the protest be dismissed based upon the fact that the protestant never entered into a verbal conversation with us as to the protest issues. everything that was submitted as far as the exhibits and the documentation has been basically protesting the authenticity of the application, which isn't a protest issue. To this date, we haven't seen any documentation to support the protest issues of peace, order, and quiet. In addition, on, I believe it was September or August the 14th, the board entered an order number 2024-543, consolidating the protests because the Queens Chapel Civic Association and the ANC 5 agreed to consolidate the protests because of the same protest issues. So if the consolidation was done and approved, we entered into a settlement agreement with 5B to address their concerns. So if the Queens Chapel Association had the same issues and concerns as 5B, which is stated in this order, then this protest is moot because we reached a settlement agreement. And I think it's just a waste of government time and resources because they keep protesting the authenticity of the application.
What do you mean by the authenticity of the application, Mr. Jackson?
The 2 or 3 motions of the representation, I should say. I'm sorry, Commissioner. So they kept providing exhibits and protesting my representation. But they keep sending me documents to appear before meetings. So if I'm not legally representing them, why keep sending me documents?
Okay, anything else any other representation you want to make, sir?
That's it.
Ms. Rowan, I know that you had stated that you're recently retained. Are you able to respond? I don't know, ma'am.
Well, I am. First of all, there has been meetings between the Queens Chapel Civic Association and the applicant. I believe the applicant was invited to address the Civic Association on 2 occasions. So in addition, I'm not certain about any motion to dismiss Mr. Jackson's representation. I'm not familiar with that issue. However, the Queens Chapel Civic Association has broken ties with the ANC, and we didn't agree with the settlement order. Therefore, we elected not to sign off on it, not to be party to the settlement agreement.
I mean, the only thing I'll state, Mr. Jackson, on that issue is that, as you're aware, the ANC has jurisdiction to protest a matter. If the ANC signs a settlement agreement, then if there's a group of 5 or more, then the group of 5 or more falls. If there is a budding property owner or a civic association, if they do not sign on to the agreement, they still can move forward with a hearing, which is basically the representation you're saying is that you have a settlement agreement with the ANC, but because the civic association did not sign off on it, so we still have a live protest. But you're saying that, the argument you're however making is that you're saying that they are not the protest issues for peace, order, and quiet that has not been presented. There are no issues regarding that factor. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared to respond to that, Ms. Rounds? I can't. You need to turn your volume up, ma'am.
Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you now, ma'am.
Okay. Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Mr. Jackson had stated that the protest issues on peace, order, and quiet, that your client has not made any arguments on the protest issues, which is peace, order, and quiet. That has not been supported. That most of the motions that were filed were on me more so his representation and not to the appropriateness standards as per the statute.
Well, I'm not familiar with what protest letter he's referring to. However, I do know that the peace and quiet issue was repeated in the protest letter on several occasions, along with noise, traffic, and some of the other concerns.
What we're going to do, Mr. Jackson, the board is not going to make a motion, a ruling on that issue.
Okay.
Currently, we'll take it under advisement and we will address your motion in our full decision move forward.
Okay.
So are the parties, I know that Ms. Rohn, you stated that you're new, you're also out of the country, but we are going to move forward with the protest hearing. So are you able to, do you have witnesses available to testify this afternoon at this protest hearing, ma'am?
Yes, I do. I would like to get clarification on one issue, however, but
Yes,
we are
ma'am.
prepared to move forward.
What is the issue?
So my understanding is that the ABC regulations require a complete application with all of the exhibits, and the applicant did not submit a complete application. I understand that you have said that you have a responsibility to move forward in 75 days, but the 75 days wouldn't start until after the submitted application was complete. Is that not correct?
Ms. Rohn, the board has how the process works, ma'am, the applicant applies for the license. The board will make a determination whether or not we are going to approve the license or reject the license. Approval is not issuance. The board, however, the agency, however, will not issue the license until all required documentation are provided. Say, for example, they might have applied for, I need everyone to mute their lines because I'm getting feedback, so I need you to mute your line, Ms. Rohn. And so I'll give an example. The applicant might file for a summer garden, and a summer garden, it's I'm sorry, not a public, a sidewalk cafe. I apologize. So they might apply for a sidewalk cafe, but in order for them to actually operate a sidewalk cafe, they have to apply and get a permit from another agency. And so before the board would issue the license to say that they can operate a sidewalk cafe, they would have to provide us with approval from another agency to state that they were approved for that. Also, we will not, although we might have approved the license, we will not issue the license without receiving a certificate of occupancy. So, so yes, we might vote to approve the license, but the license will not be issued until we have received a certificate of occupancy or whatever other information that's required by another agency. So there is no requirement that when they apply for the license that they need to have a certificate of occupancy, that they have to have all the approvals from all the other agencies. The only requirement, at least as far as we're concerned, is that they can apply. We will say what the needed applications are. The board will move forward, but the board, however, the agency, however, will not issue the license until all the required documents are provided. So, so the argument that you're making, ma'am, it's not an argument for us not to move forward with approving or denying the license. The argument is more so whether or not we're going to issue the license because, as you stated, they have not provided us with all the required documents.
Mr. Anderson, I understand what you're saying, but your regulation, the ABC regulations themselves, say that no placard will be issued until all of the application and exhibits are submitted.
Well, I'm sorry, you done, ma'am? I'm sorry.
The application, in our opinion, is substantially incomplete. You're asking us to protest an applicant who hasn't provided us with rudimentary information. For example, there's a lot of contradictions in the application, and frankly, we don't know what it is he's asking for. We don't know if it's going to be a market, if it's going to be carry out liquor, if it's going to be a liquor store, if it's going to be a summer garden. We have no idea because there's contradictory documents in the record. So we're not sure what it is he's asking for. And I suggest to you that that's an issue of fact.
If I remember correctly, ma'am, your client has filed a significant amount of motions. And I believe the argument that you're making currently, ma'am, that was an argument that was made before the board, and the board denied the motion. So we have already, if I remember reading the motion and one of the many motions that were filed, and that was one of the issues that was raised. And I also believe when the board denied earlier today the reconsideration, your reconsideration motion, it was on that same issue. So the board, we heard the arguments that were made by the Civic Association, and we have decided to deny those motions, and we decide that this case is ripe to move forward to have a protest hearing, ma'am. You're now on mute. You need to turn your microphone on now, back on, ma'am.
We take exception to your ruling, and we will be filing interlocutory appeal. The regulation is clear on its face. It says an applicant cannot move forward unless all of the application is complete, all of the documents and exhibits are complete. So we don't understand how you decide by fiat that you're not going to abide by that regulation. We need to know exactly what this applicant is asking for. And right now it's not clear. Right now it's a moving target. We have no indication of menus, floor plans, or security. We just don't have enough information to effectively protest this license. And that's a disservice to my client and to my neighborhood.
Well, with all due respect, ma'am, we also had the ANC protested this matter, and yes, you do have you are right to move forward. But the ANC had the same amount of information that you had, and the ANC determined that they had enough information to move forward. I think one of the things that the guidelines, ma'am, is that you have the placard notice, and so the notice that you received to placard this matter, that is exactly what was applied for by the licensee. So you have the placard notice, ma'am. And so the placard notice specifically, hold on, ma'am. The placard notice specifically states what was being protested. Now, I think you're saying that they they're saying that you're saying that they did not. You're saying that you did not have all the documents that you require, but as I stated, ma'am, the board, we have reviewed all the motions that were filed, and the board has ruled on those motions, and the board has denied your motions, and so we're going to move forward with the hearing. So I hear you. I hear your objection to the record, ma'am, and if you believe that you have sufficient information to go to the Court of Appeals to appeal this matter, which is your next option, you do have that right to go to the Court of Appeals to review the decision by the board to deny your motion. Okay, so we're going to move forward with our hearing today. Any other preliminary matters by either side prior to us starting?
No, applicant has no.
Okay. Ms. Rones, any other issue? You're on mute, Ms. Rones. I need to remind you to be on mute, but I also have to remind you to unmute your phone back, ma'am.
I will need just a minute to pull up my opening statement.
All right. Well, Mr. Jackson's gonna go first, ma'am. So you'll the process. This is the process of how the hearing goes now. The both parties will have an opportunity, starting with the applicant. The applicant will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. Then the protestants will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. The board will call its first witness, which is our investigator. The investigator will go through her report, the case report. The board will ask questions of the investigator of her case report. Once the board has asked questions of the investigator of her case report, the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator of the case report. Once the applicant asks questions of the investigator of her case report, then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions of the case report. Once both sides have asked questions, then the applicant will present his case. Once the applicant presents his case, then the protestant will present his case. It's 2:19 currently. I don't see the protestant providing call-in witnesses until maybe about 4 o'clock the earliest. So just want to let you know, it's 2:19, just to let you know that I don't believe that maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock is when the protestant will be able to present its case. Okay, just to give you a timeline of when is it that you'll be able to present your case. So the first thing we'll do now is to have the licensee, the applicant, do an opening statement if he so desires, and then you'll have an opportunity to do an opening statement, and then the board will call its first witness. Okay. So, any questions before we start?
No.
No.
All right, fine. Mr. Jackson, do you have an opening statement you wish to make, sir?
Yes. In representing Sahara Market, we would show that Sahara Market does not present an adverse effect on peace, order, and quiet in the community. And in addition, we would show that the protestants failed to communicate their protest issues with us and enter into some sort of conversation or agreement as to what their issues were to resolve them so we can move forward. Thank you.
Huh? Ms. Rowan, do you have an opening statement you wish to make? You need to now unmute you. You are unmuted. Now you need to unmute your phone back, Mr. Rowan.
Okay. The Queens Chapel Civic Association has made it abundantly clear as to what their issues are with the applicant and the application for the Sahara Market. We have invited the applicant to address the members of our civic association on 2 occasions. We had conversation and made him aware of what our issues were. So I think that the statement made by Mr. Jackson is in dispute. We will be presenting testimony to elaborate on what our issues are as it pertains to the application and what our concerns are. Thank you.
Okay, fine. All right, thank you. The board will call its first witness, and that is Ms. Millington. Ms. Millington, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, first name Jarita, Jerrita, last name Millington, Millington.
And where are you currently employed, Ms. Millington?
With ABCA.
And how long have you been employed with the agency?
About a year and a half now.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as, I'm sorry, what's your position with the agency, ma'am?
I'm an investigator. My duties are to
Go ahead.
conduct and inspect ABCA-approved establishments.
And are you familiar with Sahara, these two licensees, the two applications that we have in front of it for this protest here and for the protest hearing?
Currently, yes, from the protest.
All right. Did you draft a case report?
Yes, we did.
Do you have access to the case report so you can put it online?
Yes.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Ms. Middleton to share her case report?
Access has been granted.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure if is
Yes,
it
ma'am.
okay.
Yeah, Ms. Middleton, can you please identify the document that's on our screen?
So this is my protest case report for Sahara Market.
Okay, let's go through report. So go through the next. Scroll up, please, ma'am.
All right. So this is Sahara Market LLC. Actually, let me go to a better. A second. All right, Sahara Market, location 1901 Michigan Avenue Northeast, license class B and CR. Their license number is ABRA 128673 and also 128674. It's a new application
So what's been applied for? So a new application for what? What specifically? What is being applied for today?
for a license for their grocery store for class B, and then for the restaurant section, I'm sorry, for a CR.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, ma'am. All right, let me see. So who's the protesting currently?
The protest currently is it was ANC 5B Commissioner Priya Pakara, but they recently settled into a settlement agreement with Sahara Market. So currently we have the Queens Chapel Civic Association.
Now, did you have an opportunity to speak to anyone from the Civic Association?
Yes, I did.
And well, let me ask you. Let me start off. Did you speak to the applicant first?
Yes, I spoke to the applicant first. Yes.
And so, what information, if any, regarding did you receive from the applicant?
Applicant was Mr. Jackson. We spoke on August 15th. He advised that the location is not open, it's still under construction, and it wasn't safe to conduct a walkthrough. He advised that the location would have one side being something like a Wegmans, a grocery store, a mini market, and then the other side would be a restaurant where they offer food and also have a bar. That's why they would need the two licenses. He also advised that he was in the works of agreeing with the settlement agreement, coming to a negotiation, and they were in the works of finalizing everything. And then he also advised that the food would be American style food.
All right. So, did you have an opportunity to speak to the Civic Association?
Yes, I did. I spoke to them on October 19th.
And so
I'm sorry, October 20th. August 20th.
And so, what information, if any, did you gather based on your conversation with the Civic Association?
I met with the president, and I met with also a member of the Civic Association. They both expressed that they felt as if, like they said before, that the application was incomplete and shouldn't have been accepted due to the missing documents and the multiple inconsistencies. They also stated that the ANC does not live close enough to the establishment to have a solid opinion on the protest. And they both stated that the shopping center will not be able to accommodate the establishment due to the additional foot traffic and the parking, and as well as the noise, the parking issue, the traffic, and the shopping center. Oh, I'm sorry, and also the negative impact that it could have on the youth in the area. And they also brought up the negative the negative history of the owner's business practices.
All right. So tell us what type of tell us the characteristics of what zoning the area, the proposed area.
So the zoning is a MU3A. It's a mixed unit zoning area where you can have commercial and institutional and multiple dwelling units. It's a residential development area.
Okay. Are there schools in the area?
So there is no schools in the area, but there is a daycare that sits directly behind the shopping center. So the establishment would be inside of a shopping center, and it would be businesses on both sides.
Right. So are there okay, go ahead.
So yes, it would be just one daycare in the area. There isn't any ABCA approved establishments nearby.
Okay.
And it is Ward 5 parking in the Ward 5 area.
So tell us
and it,
about the. Go ahead, ma'am.
sorry, it is metro accessible as well. It was multiple bus stops on Michigan Avenue and Eastern Avenue.
All right.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right. So what are the hours? What hours were placarded for this establishment?
So their hours were going to be from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Monday through Sunday.
All right, fine. Did you get a chance to visit the area?
Yes, I was able to visit, and as well as other colleagues for me, about 5 different times from the month of August 12th to September 9th.
So can you tell us each visit, what is it that ABRA was able to see when they went to visit on each occasion? So go tell us when either yourself or another member of your team who went to visit the establishment, what is it that they were able to see?
There was no noise in the residential area. There was no loitering. There was no parking issues. There was significant amount of parking available during the times that we visited the location. As well as the surrounding area was clean and organized. It was well lit. The shopping center provided, like I said, sufficient parking, and it also had street parking as well. There was businesses that were still open during the times that we went to visit the location. So it was foot traffic, but not as much foot traffic.
You said it was a shopping center. Can explain the shopping center to us if you can.
Shopping center has about, I would like to say about 6 businesses in this complex.
Do you know what type of businesses are in this complex?
Dollar Tree, there's a Subway, there's a tobacco store, and then Sahara Market would be on the end. And then, if I'm not mistaken, there is a hair store as well. But that store was closed when we visited. So majority of times when I did visit, the Dollar Tree was open, the tobacco store, and the Subway would be open.
Okay.
And we didn't have any noise complaints on record for them. And I did reach out to OUC, and there were from August of 2023 to August of 2024, there were 6 calls of service. 1 being a person with a weapon, 1 being assault that passed, and then 1 was a miscellaneous suicide threat. 1 was a phone call with an open line, and then 1 was a disorderly disturbance.
But you're saying
no history.
But you're saying the establishment is not open, so therefore,
Yes.
if there was any noise or any records, it would not be attributable to this establishment. Is that correct?
Exactly.
All right. Okay.
And
I need you to. So can you tell us, go through the exhibits, and I need you to just, for the record, just tell us what exhibits that you have attached to your report.
Sorry. All right. My first exhibit will be the protest letter. Let me go down. From the group of five or more. From the ANCB protest letter.
Okay.
And then the Queens Chapel Civic Association protest letter.
Okay.
And then this is correspondence from me reaching out to both parties, requesting a conference call with the ANCB5 and also the Civic Association, and as well as the applicant, Mr. Jackson.
I need you to state specifically what exhibit that is that you're.
Okay, this first one is the correspondence with Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
We set up for a later date to have a phone conference.
Okay.
And then the second exhibit is me. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, me reaching out to ANC 5B. I was talking to, like I said, Miss Prita at first, but she forwarded me over to Mr. Edward Barrigo because he was handling the protest. So we set up a date and time for us to get on a conference call. And then this is my correspondence with the Civic Association.
I need you to what I need you to do, ma'am, is to say Exhibit 3 is or Exhibit 2 is, please.
Okay, that was Exhibit 3.
Okay.
We're going to Exhibit 4 now. This is the GP. Let's see. So this is, I'm sorry, let me rotate this. All right. All right, this is the GI printout of the schools and the daycares that's in the area. And like I said, within the area, there's one daycare.
Okay.
And this is a GI, the next Exhibit 5 of the other establishments, the approved establishments. There aren't any.
Within what? Within what?
Within 1,200 feet of the establishment.
Okay.
And then we have Exhibit 6. This is the front of what would be Sahara Market. They don't have any current logos or anything up right now.
Okay, so do you know what was previously in that establishment?
This was Eco's Price Market, an international market.
Okay.
Then we have Exhibit 7. This is more of a layout view of this shopping center. So there's a cleaners, there's a carryout, a nail salon, a wireless store, and the Dollar Tree on the left. We have Exhibit 8. This is another view of the shopping center. Avondale Shops is the name of the center. Exhibit 9 is another view of the shopping center to give a better wide view. Exhibit 10 is another angle of where the location would be exactly at. Exhibit 11 is the parking lot. It's one side is the left side of the left side to the middle of the parking lot area. Exhibit 12 is the right side of the parking lot. Exhibit 13 is a cross street, Allison Street, where the daycare would sit on the backside.
Let's go back to Exhibit 12. I mean,
Exhibit 12.
Yeah, how large is the parking lot?
The parking lot is very large.
Do you have an idea approximately?
I can try to. I think I might have another angle to the next exhibit.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Like I said, this is Exhibit 13, Allison Street.
Okay.
With a bus stop view
All right.
on both sides. Exhibit 14. This is the angle of the daycare that sits on the backside. Exhibit 15 is on Eastern Avenue, the intersection. Exhibit 16 is another view of the parking lot. And exhibit 17 is the observations from me and my colleagues.
Can you
Basically,
hold on a minute, please? Can you go through the notes? So I need that to reflect in the record. So why don't you just tell us what is it that was seen on each occasion?
okay. On Monday, August 12th, there was one store open, the Subway. The parking lot was not full. There were only 2 cars in the parking lot. There was low foot traffic. Pedestrians were walking through the parking lot. There was no noise, no loitering, and there was open street parking. On Friday, August 23rd, it was busy. It was busy in the daytime. It was more traffic. The parking lot was not full though. It had moderate cars parked and moderate foot traffic with average amount of noise, considering that it was during the daytime, and no loitering and customers were shopping. And then on Wednesday, September 4th, there was no activity. There was food pickup from the Subway, patrons purchasing from the tobacco store and the wireless shop. The Subway is 24 hours and the tobacco store closed by 11. On Friday, the Subway and tobacco store were open again. Those are the only 2 establishments that were open. There were 3 cars in the parking lot, observed 4 people on foot. 2 went to the tobacco store and 2 were walking through the parking lot. There was only 1 delivery person, which was on a bike picking up food from the Subway, and there was no noise or loitering observed. And there were 5 cars parked outside in front of the tobacco store. And then on Monday, it was 3 stores open. Sorry, that's August 19th. I'm sorry. 3 stores open, the Subway, the Dollar Tree, the tobacco store. The parking lot was not full. There were 2 cars parked. There was very low foot traffic. Pedestrians were walking through the parking lot. There was no noise again, no loitering, and open street parking. And exhibit 18 is from me reaching out to OUC and the calls of service, for the calls of service.
Okay. Was that the extent of your exhibits?
Yes.
You can close your screen, ma'am.
All right.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Investigator Millington.
Good afternoon.
Great. It looks like you submitted a pretty well-written report. And you mentioned the parking lot. Did you get the number of cars that possibly could be parked there?
You said the number of cars?
Yeah.
Yes, on the days, yes. So it would range between 2 to 5 at most. And then the one day that it was busy, I wasn't able to get an exact number. It was a moderate amount of cars parked because it was during the day. It was all the shops seemed to be open.
Okay. Well, again, the pictures that you showed in the exhibits, starting with exhibit 6 through 14, you took some very explicit pictures of the parking lot. And I know you're not a parking specialist, but just ballpark figure, how many cars do you think could comfortably be in that parking lot without being overcrowded, overcapacity?
I would say maybe over 30.
You could park 30 cars, in your
Yes,
opinion?
in my opinion, the parking lot is pretty wide and large.
Okay, so And I know you're not a I know you're not a person who knows statistically the number of residences in the community, but within 500 feet, which you showed us with your map, what other businesses were in that area other than the shopping center?
It was the church.
Okay. So I'm just talking about other businesses, not churches or schools. What other businesses are in that area?
That was the only business. The shopping center is the only actual business in the area.
How about the number of residences or homes or
I'm not
residences?
residents. It seems to be multiple neighborhoods from the Eastern Avenue side, and then on the backside of Michigan Avenue, and then on the backside of Allison Street as well.
So there are no businesses within that area other than the shopping center?
No, you would have to go all the way down the street, and then you would have other businesses down the street.
How far away would you say?
I would say about maybe about 3 blocks, because there's a big strip of land on Eastern Avenue that runs down in order for you to even get to the next stoplight.
Eastern Avenue is the line between the district and Maryland, is that correct?
Yes.
On the
And
Maryland side, are there any businesses on Eastern Avenue?
Yes, that's on the Maryland side.
Any businesses over there?
Yes.
What kind of
If
businesses?
I'm not mistaken, it's a gas station.
Any other businesses?
No.
How about residences?
On the Maryland side?
Yeah.
Yes.
How many residences would you estimate?
Between the houses and I think those were apartment units, I would say over 20.
So percentage-wise, would you surmise that it might be 80 to 90% residential, that 500 at least the circumference that you showed in your exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
Very quiet neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, in your investigation or your knowledge of the area, are there any other ABC establishments within, let's say, a mile of there?
No.
That you could see?
No.
So there are houses and homes all through that other area also, correct?
Yes.
Would you say it's a middle class type community?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. Well, in keeping with my theme and what I've always done since I've been a board member, this is my 3rd term, I really believe in strong, vibrant communities, and I also believe that solid and well-established businesses can, and it sounds like that's what's going to happen if this license is granted. Would you say that my summation is clear?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Well, again, thank you very much for your report, and thank you for your time today and your testimony. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, and I wanted to also echo Mr. Short's sentiments. Thank you for the report. Just had one question. During your statement, during your testimony, you stated that there were inconsistencies, I believe, in the application. Was that you repeating the perspective of the protestant, or was that your own finding? And if so, can you elaborate on the inconsistencies?
Those are the findings that I've got from the protestants. That's what they voiced. I personally did not find any consistencies because that is out of my range. I did give them a contact to follow up on their concerns with the legal department.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Those are all my questions for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, any questions of the investigator?
Yes, thank you, Investigator Middleton, for doing an excellent report. At the beginning of your testimony, you stated that you spoke to 2 members from the Queens Chapel Citizens Association. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you, do you recall the names of the people that you spoke to?
Yes, that was Charlotte B. Lewis and Dr. Lawrence Thurston. Yes, Thurston, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, and do you know their relationship to the businesses or the Queens Chapel Association?
Ms. Lewis is the president and Dr. Lawrence is a member
A member of,
the association.
okay. Also, do you recall of an exhibit being sent to you concerning or showing you a diagram of as to how the establishment will be looking?
A diagram. Yes, I was sent over a picture of a concept.
Yes, do you happen to have that picture of the concept?
Yes, I'll have access to it, yes.
Could you share that or show that concept? Do you have it available?
Yes, I didn't use it as exhibit, but I can pull it up. Give me 1 second. Right, I'm going to share my screen. Is it viewing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is the concept that was sent over to me. I'm not sure if I can zoom in any further than this. I might have to.
Is there a question that's been asked? I mean, the question was that, do you have it? You said you have it. So is there a pending question, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I just wanted on record that a concept of the location and how the build out will look is on record. That's all.
It's not in record because it's not in our record, sir. But if there's something that you need to do, I mean, I don't know what it is. Do you want to have her describe what it is? I don't know. So there's
Yes,
nothing
you can
on
describe
record.
it.
So
And it's also part of my exhibit, so I can discuss it at that time.
all right, fine. That's fine.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Investigator Middleton. Excellent report.
Thank you.
Ms. Rones, do you have any questions of the investigator?
I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mrs. Milligan, how do you pronounce your name again? Sorry.
It's Millington.
Millington. What shift do you work?
I work the night shift. I'm a night investigator.
Isn't it true that you're not familiar with any of the parking during the day?
No, that isn't true. One of the times that we monitor the location, it was during the day.
And did you see an abundance of cars and very little vacant spaces?
I saw a moderate amount of cars being parked. People were shopping, like I said in the report.
Would you say that the shopping center is well patronized?
Yes.
So when you did your investigation during the day, what was the reason you didn't take any pictures?
I don't have to take pictures during my monitoring. I took notes.
You took pictures at what time?
Are you asking me for my exhibits? What time did I take my pictures?
In the exhibits, what time did you take the pictures?
Most of those were during all of them were during the evening hours because that's my shift hours.
And that was when most of the businesses were closed?
Most of them, yes.
Okay, so the residential area, do you have any idea how close it is on Eastern Avenue on the Washington side?
Sorry, can you explain your question?
You were asked how many residents existed on Eastern Avenue on the Washington side. Are you familiar with the number of homes that are in that area?
On Eastern Avenue?
Yes, on the Washington side.
On the Washington side, it was approximately maybe about 10 homes, I would say, further down on Eastern Avenue, not on the 4500 block of where the establishment will be located, the intersection of where the establishment will be located.
Are you familiar with the blocks that are 20th Street and 21st Street and the homes in
Ms. Rones. It appears that Ms. Rones is having some technical difficulties.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry. Only Ms. Rones can speak. I mean, I think Ms. Rones is not back. Are you back, Ms. Rones?
yeah, I'm sorry. Did you have a chance to observe the residents in that area? On Eastern Avenue, on 20th Street.
I'm not sure about 20th Street, but any residents that were on the backside of Allison Street, on Michigan Avenue, and on Eastern Avenue, yes.
Are you referring to Allison Street, where the daycare is located?
Yes, in the neighborhood that sits on the backside.
There's no homes on the backside.
There are residential
It's
homes on the
church.
backside. It's the church, and then there's homes.
Sorry, hold on. Okay. Ms. Rones is asking a question, and Investigator Millington is answering the question. Everyone should be on mute. No one else should be speaking. And if I hear, so I don't need to hear anyone else speak, no one should be putting any information in the chat. And so therefore, if I hear one other outburst, and if I'm able to find out who it is, I will ask that our IT person not elevate that person until they're called for a witness. Okay? Is it clear? All right. So let me see something. Go ahead, Ms. Rowan. You have another question. You have a question you're asking.
So did you have any occasion to observe the condition of the houses on Eastern Avenue or on 21st Street?
I'm not sure your question when you say the condition of the homes. What exactly are you asking?
Were they single-family homes? Were they well-kept? Were the lawns cut? Was it peaceful and quiet when you made your observation?
Yes.
Did you refer to an apartment building somewhere in the vicinity?
Yes, I think that was Eastern Avenue side.
There are no apartments on Eastern Avenue. These are all single-family residents.
Miss
Did
Rounds,
you have a chance?
Miss Rounds, please ask her a question, ma'am. This is not, you're not
Okay,
arguing
where
with her.
exactly
Please
was
ask
the
her a question.
apartment building that you talked about?
Like I stated, I assume that that's Eastern Avenue. The homes, they seem to be very close together, so I'm not sure. I'm not familiar exactly what style homes those could have been, if they were single family or if they were row homes. But they seem to be apartments, but maybe they weren't. So if you're saying that they're homes, you live in the neighborhood.
This is not a back and forth question, Miss Millington.
I'm
She
just
asked you the
sorry.
question.
Yeah.
Miss Millington, she'll ask you a question. You answer to the best of your abilities. If you can't answer the question, say I don't have an answer, ma'am. Miss Rounds, any questions you need to ask?
Yes, were you able to ascertain? In fact, I believe you stated that you believe this was a middle-class neighborhood. What leads you to believe that?
Because the homes were nicely kept, like we just discussed, and the neighborhood seemed clean and, like I said, put together.
And do you have any idea how long the average resident has lived in this neighborhood?
Miss Rounds, I don't think this is relevant. That's not relevant to our hearing whether or not these are older residents or newer transplant. I don't think that's relevant at this juncture, ma'am. Let's move on.
Well, if I could, I'm trying to elicit the fact that most of the people are long-term residents who moved to the area because of the fact that it's quiet and peaceful and people keep their homes up. She testified that she thought it was a middle-class neighborhood, so I think it's extremely relevant.
I think we are aware of the zoning for the area, ma'am, but I think you're protesting this on peace, order, and quiet, ma'am, and I think that please ask. There is really nothing in her report, and I'm allowing you to even ask questions because, as you are aware, ma'am, as an attorney, when you cross-examine a witness, you're cross-examining the witness on testimony that was elicited during direct. You're way far afield of asking her questions that was not in her report and she did not testify to. So can you stick more to her testimony, ma'am, and also to relevant testimony that's in her case report, ma'am?
Yes, I will do so, Chairman Anderson. However, she did testify that she believed this was a middle-class neighborhood.
That's based on that was based on a question that you asked her, ma'am. But I'm saying
I'm talking about in her prior testimony.
Okay, all right, ma'am. I've allowed you to ask many questions, ma'am, which is fine. I'm just saying that just let's be focused where what we're trying to get at, ma'am. I think when you present your case, ma'am, I think that would be a better place for you if you have community residents who can testify. They can, of course, testify how long they've lived in the neighborhood, and they can talk about the nature of the community. I think what the investigator, it appears that she's not that familiar with the neighbors, and I think you can get better testimony from your witnesses, ma'am, who actually live in the area. Okay. You're on mute, Ms. Rounds, if you're speaking to us.
Ms. Milligan, did you state that there were no ABC licenses in the area?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the liquor store that previously occupied a space near the daycare?
Not aware.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your
I'm not aware.
You're on mute, Ms. Round.
Were you able to ascertain whether or not there were any incident reports when the liquor store was in existence next to the daycare?
I don't. Ms. Rounds, that's far. There's nothing in her testimony. She stated that There are no other ABC establishment within 1,200 feet of this establishment, and so I don't understand. I don't know why we're asking questions about a liquor store that I don't have. There's no documentation in any record that's in evidence today that there was a liquor store there, ma'am. If you have testimony and if you have a witness that you want to testify about that, and if you have disclosed documents about that, that is a more appropriate that's more appropriate for your 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 witnesses to bring forward. But the
Okay,
investigator stated that there's no other establishment within 1,200 feet, and so that's not a question to ask her, ma'am.
okay. Were you aware that there was an additional school located next to the Y and the daycare program?
No,
Did you inquire as to what uses were made on the back of the shopping center in
from the
addition to the Y?
from the GIS request that I sent in, the daycare was the only daycare or school in the area.
So you weren't aware of the fact that Reamer Church rents space for their school in the YWCA property?
The YWC, is that the YMCA? Is that what we're talking about?
Right.
So I listed the YMCA as is that the same daycare that I listed in the report? Is that what you're?
It's not the same school. The church across the street, Reamer Church, rents space and conducts a school in their property.
Oh, it didn't come up on the GIS request.
So if it were to come up, how close would that be to this establishment?
I'm not sure how close that would be
How
because
close?
it's not on the. I don't have that information.
How close is the Y?
It's within these 400 feet.
Okay, still within 400 feet. Now, you also testified that there was a tobacco shop in the shopping center. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that this tobacco shop also sells cannabis?
No,
And how close is this so-called tobacco shop to the proposed establishment?
I would say about 3 doors down.
Did you observe the fact that it's exactly next door to the proposed establishment?
No, from my findings, I did not see that. I can go back to my exhibits.
Okay, let's go back to your exhibits. The exhibit that showed the exterior of the proposed store, market, grocery store. The exterior, we'll get back to this exhibit in a moment, but I was referring to the exterior. Okay, this picture will suffice. Can I call your attention to the door immediately adjacent to the market in the picture?
Okay.
All right, is there a question? I mean, is there a pending question? Is there a question that you're asking, Ms. Rounds?
I'm asking her, is this the location of where the tobacco store is located?
Well, I can confirm if this is the actual location. The sign that they have displayed is next door to the sign where the Sahara Market would be located.
So you would suggest there's been a change of usage?
No, I did not say that.
Where did you say the tobacco store was?
I said possibly three doors down. So I went to my exhibits to display, and I can't confirm if it's next door or a few doors down, but the sign is next door to the location where Sahara Market would be. Let me see if I can. Do you still need the exhibit?
Yeah, I got kicked off. Hold on a minute, please. Okay. So I see your exhibit. Can you hear me?
No.
No.
Was there a question that you asked, Ms. Round?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Can you look at this picture and tell me 3 doors down what exists?
I'm going to estimate that the subway is 3 doors down.
And the store that's 2 doors down, what is that?
My picture isn't picking up on the logo.
Oh, you referenced a nail salon in your
Yes.
previous testimony. Is that where the nail salon is located?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, so is it your guesstimate that the only place that the tobacco shop and the cannabis shop would be located is adjacent to the proposed market / beer and wine store?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, I want to ask you something, and I know this wasn't a part of your exhibit, but can you please pull up the schematic drawing of the proposed market?
Give me 1 second. I just exited out. All right, here is the concept.
Okay. In this exhibit, do you see any grocery shelves?
This isn't one of my exhibits, just to clarify.
Okay, but just asking you the question since you introduced this. Are there any grocery stores in this schematic picture?
Is there any grocery stores inside of the picture?
Grocery shelves, I'm sorry.
Oh, grocery shelves. There,
fresh fruit.
from this picture, there are shelves in the picture. But grocery items, no, I do not see any grocery items.
I don't see any grocery shelves. Can you tell me where the shelves are?
Okay. So it looks like right here at the bottom right, these seem to be shelves. And on the back wall as well.
Okay, well, they don't look like grocery shelves to me, but if you think they are, then that's fine. One last question. When you visited the shopping center during the day, can you reiterate what you thought the noise level was?
It was moderate.
Moderate. What do you base that upon?
From just average noise from people shopping, talking, patrons walking, just average day noise.
And I believe you were asked the question regarding parking spaces. Do you know how many parking spaces are actually at the shopping center?
No, I did not.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Close your screen, please, Ms. Any questions by any board members before we dismiss this witness? All right, Ms. Middleton, thank you very much for your testimony today. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Where's Mr. Jackson? Where's Mr. Jackson? Did we lose Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I'm here.
I can't see you, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, okay,
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right. It's now your chance to call your first witness, sir. Who's your first witness?
Yes, my first witness would be Dr. Arono.
Dr. Arona, can you raise your right hand, please? Dr. Arona, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you're a witness, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Arono, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, very good.
Could you speak briefly about your experience in the restaurant business and how many restaurants you currently own?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say that I've been in the restaurant food business for over 20 years. And I have restaurant on Capitol Hill. The address is 1500 East Capitol Street, Northeast. And also we have restaurant in about 5 other locations, including Edge Street and Skyland. And I have been part of the food service at the DC Corrections and also St. Elizabeth Hospital. I've been in the district for over 45 years doing business. I also, in my business life, I'm a graduate of ARA program, a program that certified authentic small businesses within the federal government sector. And I've been to the program for over 9 years and graduated with over $50 million in revenue. Some of my clienteles have been the GSA, the White House. We do all the logistics for the White House. We service the Pentagon. When the E-Ring, my engineering group, were the people that did the first response to the Pentagon renovation. And also the Fort Myer, Fort Belvoir, Arlington Cemetery, and Oceana in Virginia Beach, and all the health and human services within the DMV. And also I have been in the convention center for over 20 years.
Dr. Arono, thank you for that. You mentioned that you have a contract with the White House. Did they do a background check on you?
Absolutely, yes. And all my people have to be cleared, including all my contracts for Arlington Cemetery. They change flag every hour. All my contracts have to be 80% of my contract is military-based operations, NGA, and we have serviced the military headquarters, including Pentagon. We have done work at West Point, New York, and we have serviced all the base operations at the NIH and other areas.
Dr. Rono, could you speak to the meeting that we attended at the Queens Chapel Citizens Association meeting and what occurred in that meeting?
Mr. Oh, was this? Oh, this is just a meeting.
Yes, it was just the meeting that we went to.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
the
All right.
relevance of the meeting, the relevance of the
I
question.
want to make sure.
Okay.
I want to make sure it wasn't mediation. It was just a meeting.
No, it wasn't mediation, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes,
Yes.
Dr. Rono. So could you explain what transpired in the meeting?
Yes, in that meeting, we had it at the church across the street, and I think it's over about maybe 200 to 300 residents that came to the meeting. I explained to them what we are doing. I introduced myself. I also let them understand that I'm a long-time resident in the district. I own businesses and also support workforce development. And my intention of bringing this grocery store in combination of market is to be able to empower the community through my entrepreneurship development and building a local business and transformational agenda for the nutrition food for our people. And in that meeting, it was a little hostile because they didn't give me a chance to say a lot of things. There was negative presumption attack on my personal self and my business. And I remind them that the DC Chamber of Commerce have voted me the Company of the Year in 2019. And also I have several regional accolade of the business. I'm the only small business that started in Southeast and was able to expand my business through the mentorship of U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, a top brass, and they led my business to multiple states as a mission critical support agency. So my clientele is not only United States government, but I do also university clients, Fort McPherson in Atlanta, Fort Belvoir, Dover Air Force Base, West Point, New York. I'm one of the few small business that started in Southeast, and they was able to scale up to over 800 employees. So my intention was to be able to make sure that as we grow, we provide capacity and sustainability and training inclusive of the community that we serve. So my diversity into food and nutrition is extremely very important for me because of the food service. And my wife, who is a co-partner on this, is a physician, and she understands the health of the community. So I've been in the medical side, and I've been in the food side, and also in the training side. I currently have contracts with different organizations within the district.
Thank you. Dr. Rono, also, do you recall inviting several members of the community as well as the Queens Chapel Civic Association to your other restaurant for a food tasting?
Yes, there were doubts about what kind of restaurant, or they were confusing it between have been a restaurant, the grocery store, which is, we mimic it from Wegman. It's going to be a mini Wegman that has fruits, hot food you can pick up, and also it have a small area, very small area where people can dine in the community or have community meetings, just like what we have on Capitol Hill. I invite them to see the space because it's a little combination of both that makes Sarah Market a unique and much better for the community. So we invited them, they tasted all the food, and they were very happy and satisfied because it's a healthy food. with diversity in the community.
Do you recall about how many residents or members of the Queens Chapel Association attended the food tasting and what their response was?
After they came to the restaurant, we also do a road show where we came into the community and we brought the food over there and do food testing so that they can get a chance to make sure that a lot of people tested the food agree with the nutritional value and what we provide. So over about 90 people attended from the community, and they came there, they test the food, they write their names and their phone numbers that live in the community, because we take it a roadshow into the community, because we don't just want to invite the people that came from the church to the restaurant, but some of them in the community, we want to give them a chance to bring it to the community and let them have opportunity to test it before so that we are doing all the above and beyond to explain to them, this is the concept, this is the food, this is what we are trying to do, and have been in business in the district for over 40 years. So this is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, lastly, Dr. Ronald, during the meeting and the conversation that was had with the Queens Chapel Citizens Association, was it ever discussed what their issues with the restaurant would be?
We met with the pastor over at the church. It's about a meeting of maybe about 14 people, including two, the main pastor and Miss Charlotte and other, stakeholders in the community. So I brought a detailed graphic design of the entire structure that shows not only because what we just seen is just a section of the restaurant, but the other section is in the back where the grocery and the food and pantries and fresh produce will be, because it has to have sprinkler that spread the vegetables from time to time when it's there. So it's in the back. So I brought this concept and I shared it with Miss Charlotte. I share with other people in the community. And she mentioned the only thing that she mentioned is that on the placard, we are asking for 3 a.m. And I committed to make sure that we change it to 11, something like that. And she was okay with it. She said, if we can change it, that would be good, because she don't want people late at night. However, I gave her a couple of those pictures, graphic items that we came, because the whole table was full of presentation that we did for them, including the menu, and some of the people that have came to the store on Capitol Hill. So I shared it with them, and they took on almost about 10 pieces of documented items with them, including the young girl that had graduation ceremony at the Capitol Hill. I said that it has become the community center where people congregate for birthday, for graduation, for kindergarten, for elementary school around us, just like in Capitol Hill. So just to give them an example, what kind of organization we are and what we are bringing to the table, to the community, will be above and beyond, better than whatever that is in that shopping center right now.
Okay, Dr. Ronald, thank you for your testimony. I have no other questions for Dr. Ronald, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Rones, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Dr. Aroa, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in the restaurant business?
Well, I've been in the business, in the hospitality business for over 20 years. And I just opened DC Capital Square Bar and Grill for the district for we just celebrated our 2 years of opening the Capitol Hill. And we have a backlog of 5 other locations within the district.
And you said you own the restaurant on H Street. What's the name of that restaurant?
It's called DC Capital Square at H Street.
On H Street?
Yes.
You're not referring to the 1500 East Capitol Street location, are you?
No, we have the 1500 East Capitol, that is on Capitol Hill. We have 1402 H Street. That one is under construction, about maybe 80% complete. We have the Sahara Market. We have another one. We have another Sahara Market on Capitol Hill coming up. Then we have Berry in Southeast. We have another one that is scheduled, is under design. So we have about 6 locations within the District of Columbia.
Okay, and you were referring to your qualifications. I didn't quite understand that you were talking about a certified program. Was that through the SBA or something?
Well, A certification is a program by the federal government that takes small business through a 9 years program. And after 9 years, they can assess the business and know whether the business is sustainable or is one of those businesses that's come and go. So I was one of the successful ones that graduated with over $50 million in revenue.
Okay, you said you won some award. What was that award for? Best Business of the Year or something? What was that for?
I won Administrators Award of Excellence with SBA. I won District Chamber of DC Chamber Company of the Year award in 2019. I won the regional award of the most fastest growing small business, Fast 50 in the region. I won this the Small Business Award of the regional Who is Who in small business, small disadvantaged business, and other awards. I can't remember all of them, but it's just about.
Okay, did I understand you to say that you invited members of the Queens Chapel Civic Association to visit for food tasting at your restaurant on East Capitol Street?
Yeah, I invited not just them, I invited the entire community because there were doubts, Ms. Strong. There was a lot of doubts about who I am, and I felt so bad because I'm a visible person, and I'm one of the only few restaurants that is on Capitol Hill, and I'm one of the few commercial black owners on Capitol Hill. So I'm not a fly-by-night person. Everything that I've done has been in partnership with the city or in partnership with the federal government. So I asked them to come in and have a conversation with me and get to see where I am and what I have done. I took a building on 1500 that was built in 1700 and take it to where it is now. I invested money to bring it up to over $2.8 million. Then I intend to do the same thing. If you see the condition of the shopping center where we are, I will come there, I will design, build it, and bring it to a sustainable mini grocery and marketplace where the community can congregate and have fellowship there. It can be an advantage for the community because when I finish that place, it will be the only best thing that is in that shopping center. My determination to do best is all I do. I'm a social impact. And that place will create about 80 jobs, on both shifts, 7 days a week.
Well, it sounds very impressive. You also stated that you do business with DC government, including the corrections facility and I believe a hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wasn't it true that you were disbarred from doing business with DC government on account of a fraudulent application?
Yes, Miss Charlotte brought it up the first day, and I challenged her because I filed a lawsuit against it's a fraudulent, false against mine because the person that accused me, the allegation was my former employee that worked for DC government. So they decided to, after 3 years of investigation, they wrote me that is null and void, but I'm negotiating with them to take up the lawsuit against the city so that I can be able to regain my name. Because what my former employee did was horrible because he wants to tarnish my image. I was the largest medical staffing that handled the DC government medical facilities, including Unity Healthcare, St. Elizabeth, and all the places on New York Avenue where they put people that have COVID and died. My company is the only mission critical company that have medical facility, have deep cleaning, and we are the people that when people expire in the hotel, we wrap them up and then where they need to go into the morgue. So after doing all these things, the revenue was so high because they need me in the city because I do it on federal. We are the largest small business that
Hold on a minute, Dr. Ms. Roan, hold on, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Roan, you
Yes.
have interference. There's interference. There is somebody talking. I don't know what you're doing, but you need to then, if you're not speaking, ma'am, just mute your line because I'm getting interference from your end, okay? All right. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
So during the COVID, I'm the only single-handed small business that delivered over 750 locations of vaccine throughout the region. Okay, and I did almost 80% to support all the DC health organization. So what happened to me was out of my former disgruntled employee that make allegation that was false, then I launched a lawsuit against them because he could have recused himself from my contract, and my contract was doing extremely very well. I was servicing over 900 employees, including when we turn in the convention center into a hospital. It's my company that did that work. So the envy, because of is a former employee, escalated to the point that they're looking for something to shut down my company. And that's what they did. My company was doing about $4 million in business per month. And that's why I take it to Miss Charlotte, because she's the first person that accused me of that. Then I shared with her. I say, come in, I show you the document where the district said they have no evidence that this happened. So we're in the negotiation with my lawyer to withdraw the lawsuit so that my name can be cleared. So all I'm saying is that that misconduct was allegation and is false, and it did not happen. It's just my former employee that worked for the District of Columbia want to tarnish my 36 years of credibility with the federal government. 80% of my contract is with the federal, and everything is cleared. I constantly, while this is happening, I still have a contract with the district at the convention center. And that contract has been over 20 years.
Well, isn't it a fact that you're still under disbarment until 2026 by DC government?
No, that has no bearing in anything. It's a lawsuit that they want to negotiate with me to take up the lawsuit before in exchange, because they have found that it's false. And I told Ms. Charlotte exactly that. So if you like, I can be able to share the document from the DC government. where the OAG, he actually came to ribbon cutting why this is going on at my restaurant. Okay, the mayor was at my restaurant last 2 weeks, and all I'm saying is that all these allegations, because as a minority small business, if you're doing well, something happened that is beyond your control. I know that it's easy for everybody to say, yes, this is not my life. I lived my life with highest integrity, and I supported. I've gone through 5 mayors, from Mayor Berry to all the mayors up to date. So I came through the district when DC was under receivership. That's why the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was managing the city, and they picked me up in the 90s. And from there, they take me to all over the country as a small business that has credibility, working in the White House, Pentagon, all the places that I have won. I'm an economist by trade, by training, and I have absolutely nothing that God's blessing that have blessed me, I want to bless other people. But to come to my name and to say that I have to bribe to get a work is not in my nature. You can tell what we're going on now. There's no single Black-owned business that has 5 or 6 restaurants going to open in 6 months. It's me that have it. If this issue didn't happen, the 1901 should have been almost open. But they're holding the funding down because of all this back and forth with the community, which what I'm trying to do is to do the best thing that will happen to that shopping center, including the dollar store. All those things will be an exemplary what the community treated. I want to bring good food. I want to build nutritious food. I want to have the community center where people can come in and congregate and don't have to say walking distance. The church right now, we have what is called Glorious Sunday. All the pastors within the Capitol Hill, they come.
Ms. Rones, mute your line, Ms. Rones.
So I'm a community-based organization. I'm a social impact. And I believe that everything that you heard, if you get to know who I am, you know that I'm not a fly-by-night. God has blessed me, and I want to bless the community before I go out. Thank you so much.
Well, I'd like to ask my question again. Are you currently disbarred by the DC government from doing business with the district?
It's under negotiation. I told you that I have lawsuit.
Ms. Rones, he answered the question. Let's move on, ma'am.
He did not answer the question.
Why is that relevant here, ma'am? Why is that relevant?
Well,
you asked the question, he answered it.
DC government, it goes to his character. And according to the ABC rules and regulations, character is a specific issue that will not allow the board to approve his license. It's a very salient issue.
They just renewed my license on the Capitol Hill. Okay, all I'm saying to you, everything that you're saying is personal. I understand. I know the feelings. I spoke to Ms. Charlotte. I spoke to about 10 of them. I take a road show to them. I give them all my biography. Okay, I'm not a fly-by-night person. I started from Southeast when things were bad in the city. So I know how this city, I helped build the city. I help create jobs. I'm bringing about 80 jobs in that community that have absolutely nothing in that shopping center. There's nothing in that shopping center can compare to what investment I'm going to make there. I just want to be rest assured that whatever happened to me is not by my mind. It's because of something that somebody accused me, and I'm a relentless pursuit to clear my name. And it's under negotiation because they want me to drop the lawsuit. But I have the paper that the government stated that I did not have any evidence such a thing happening. I have it, I can give it to you. You're mute. Ms. Ron, you're mute.
Okay, am I on mute now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all of your background and your contributions are commendable for the city. However, isn't it true that the DC Office of Procurement conducted an investigation and found that you submitted fraudulent applications? And that was the reason why you are disbarred and have been disbarred for the last 4 years.
Which one is it? Is it the bribery, or is it, I don't know which one that you're talking
You
about.
tell
It's
me
the same
which
thing.
one.
It is the
Were you
same
accused
person.
of bribery?
Is the same. Okay, Mr. Ron, please listen to me. It is the same person, my ex-employee, somebody that worked for me, that went in there and did an allegation that is false, and that I have a document from the DC government saying that they found no evidence from the Office of Attorney General. Attorney General came and opened my restaurant 2 years ago. The mayor was at my restaurant about 2 weeks ago. All I'm saying is that anybody can come after me. I'm a child of God. I have absolutely nothing to hide. And my life is 100%, 100% good. I want to invest in that community. 1901. What is that shopping center? Is a mess. When I finish with them, they will know and appreciate me, just like what I have done in Capitol Hill. I took a building that is built in 1700 and turned it into a modern building with all the everything, bells and whistles on it. And I intend to do the same at that shopping center. So that's why I'm spending time to convince each and every one of them to give me a chance to be a part of the success and the livelihood and the good food and the workforce and training and vegetables and all the things that I've done in life. I want to bring it to that community. So I have about 6 locations under my belt right now, under contract, moving forward to help the city from all the food and nutrition issues. We just acquired the largest kitchen on New York Avenue, which is about 35,000 square feet of a kitchen that we produce kitchen for the seniors and also the at-risk families in the community. So all I'm saying to you, ma'am, is I pleaded with the community. I'm not their enemy. I have absolutely nothing to do with anything. Or everywhere that I've gone, I'm the only person on Capitol Hill that have a wonderful commercial building, 7 stories. So it's very important to me how I live, where I live, and what I deliver speaks for itself. So I'm not going to come into any place and leave it as I leave it better than what it is. So I'm sorry that it's a miscommunication. I requested for Ms. Charlotte to come, and the pastor was there that day. I pleaded with them, and she told me what she wants. The only thing that she said, the hours. I said, I'm going to make it go away. And we changed the hours. Everything was changed. I say, whatever you guys need, it doesn't matter. I just want to be a part of the good community that you guys here. I'm not anything in that shopping center. I will compete with them to give you the best value for what you deserve it. Whatever is there now is reckless. So they are not investing anything. They are not doing anything. They are not cleaning. Everything is just the way it is. I am going to invest a lot of money and bring 80 jobs in that community, part-time, full-time.
I just have one question about disbarment, and then I would like to move on to a
You
few
have
other
asked,
issues.
Ms. Rons, you have asked that question 3 or 4 times. He has answered the question. Let's move on, ma'am. I'm not gonna. You have asked the question. He has given you an answer. And we've spent about the last 15 minutes over that issue. Let's move on, ma'am. I'm not going to allow you to ask any other question about disbarment, that issue. Move on to another area, ma'am.
Okay, well, Chairman Anderson, I take exception because if in fact he's still on the disbarment
But
list,
you have asked
the
the
ABC board
Miss Rounds, Miss
issue
Rounds,
him a license.
Miss Rounds, you have asked the question. He has answered. The board will make a decision whether or not the board will determine. But I'm saying you're beating a dead horse, ma'am. Let's move on. You've asked the question like 3 or 4 times. He has answered the question. So let's move on. Let's move on to another question, ma'am.
Okay, we can move on, but the answer to the question would have been a yes or a no. I didn't hear that at any time. Dr. Arola, let me ask you about the placards. Isn't it true that groceries are nowhere mentioned on your placards? A grocery store is nowhere mentioned on the placards?
Ms. Rones, he applied for a B license, ma'am. A B license is a grocery store. I'm sorry. He applied for. I'm sorry. The placards. Hold on. This is elementary. This is rudimentary. Okay, just hold on, ma'am. Hold on. Let me go. He applied for a retailer B license, ma'am, and he applied for a CR license, ma'am. Okay? The statute, a CR license is a restaurant, a B license is a grocery. Okay, ma'am? That's what was placarded. You don't need to ask that question, ma'am. Okay?
Okay, let me ask you a question about your lease. You signed a lease for 10 years, is that correct? Can you hear me?
Okay, what's the question? I'm sorry.
You signed a lease for 10 years for this location on 1901 Michigan Avenue, is that correct?
I know it's 10 and 10. I don't, whatever it is, I don't have it in front of me.
Are you familiar with the restrictions on the times that you could be open according to your lease?
Whatever the time we abide by it. It's not any question. We will abide by whatever that time is.
What did you represent to the ANC that you would agree to the hours that they proposed?
We have a community agreement, which is managed by Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware of the fact that the hours your lease limits you to are in contradiction with the settlement agreement?
I let Mr. Jackson handle all that stuff. What I'm saying, that some certain things as an owner, I give it to the people that are consultant to be able to manage that aspect of it. But whatever it is, I just want to put a little grocery store and be a happy place for the family, for the community. So I'm not worried about restrictions or what they want. Those things can be, it's cosmetics. We will make it work. Whatever they need, we make it work.
Okay, let me just ask you, what percentage of space are you going to use to sell groceries?
It's going to be almost 80% because the sitting area will be small. It will be small. It's a very small space. Other areas will be the groceries and the frozen food and other things that we are bringing to the, and also some household stuff that people can come in and get, like, toilet tissue or something at the store. It's going to be a little market. It's not something that is strictly, we're going to have like enough space for everything. The engineer is doing a floor plan that I sent to you guys, but we cannot show the front end. The back is where the grocery will be. I'm sorry about that you didn't show it on the drawing.
So are you describing what I would label a convenience store?
Say it again, I'm sorry. It's a Sahara market and cafe. It just, we just call it a mini Wegman.
Wegmans is a grocery store. Do you intend to have the same?
They have place where you see a little wine, where you see hot food, people can come and grab and go. That's the kind of environment we want to create, but in a very small setting for the community.
How many seats are you proposing for the interior?
Whatever they approve. I don't have control of once the construction is 100%, they will come and give us the approval of whatever I don't control that. Whatever they approve by the city, that's what we're gonna have.
Didn't you in fact represent that you would agree to have 10 seats on the interior?
I can't remember what, like I said, those seating capacity is also, they have to take into consideration the small, they have to configure where people need to sit. Also the bar area, the cash register area, the dry goods area, the frozen food area, all those things will be, what is left will be the seating capacity. And like I said, they will issue us the occupancy capacity after we finished. They will tell us exactly how much people they want inside or outside. So we don't even control that.
Well, did you sign a settlement agreement with the ANC that stipulated how many seats you would have inside as well as outside?
It can be less. It can be, less or whatever it is that is there. That's just agreement that we signed, but it cannot be more than that. It have to be whatever that is convenient for us. Like, for instance, let me give you an example. Our license allow us in Capitol Hill to stay till 2 a.m., but we never stay till 12. We close at 11 because the neighborhood, there's no sales. After from 6 to about 8:30, everybody come for dinner, they eat, they close. So there's nothing to do. So we don't even maximize that. So that's how it is.
Well, let me ask you a question about this cafe that you're proposing. Do you have control over that particular lot?
Which lot are you talking about?
The lot that you're proposing to open a cafe, a garden, a cafe, an outdoor patio. Is that a part of your lease?
Well, when you said, do I have control, what do you mean? Control of the lot, parking lot? What do you mean by that?
Do you have a lease?
Yes.
For that portion of the
I will let Mr. Jackson explain those details because that's why I hire him to do. Mr. Jackson.
Well, these are pretty essential details. Either you do or you don't. You have a lease.
I know,
but
I'm not the expert in those regulatory things. And his job is to make sure that we apply by the community agreement, and we make sure that we abide by the ABRA agreement and Department of Health agreement. So I'm not an expert in it. That's why I hire consultants. We engage them to do those work.
I can answer that question for you if I may.
No, Mr. Jackson, you know better than that, Mr.
All right,
Jackson.
sir. No problem.
Did Mr. Jackson sign the agreement with the ANC?
Mr. Rounds, the board approved a settlement agreement with the establishment. Okay, let's move on.
I know that the board signed an agreement. I was not under the impression that it had been ruled acceptable to the board.
All right. If you follow our agenda, ma'am, you'll notice on our agenda that a settlement agreement was approved. We reviewed the settlement agreement, and the board signed off on the settlement agreement. But that doesn't mean that the board is going to issue the license, because we're having this protest here today, and maybe you can present information where the board will determine that this is not an appropriate license to issue. However, there is a settlement agreement that the board has reviewed and we have approved. And so therefore, if the license is issued, this establishment would have to abide by whatever conditions are in the settlement agreement plus if there are any additional conditions the board approves in this hearing, or the board can decide at the end of this hearing, that we're not going to issue the license, that we're not going to approve the license, and so therefore the settlement agreement is null and void. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, Chairman Anderson, let me ask you a question. Did you, in fact, read the settlement agreement, particularly the provision that said the applicant does not have to sweep in front of the building or behind the building? Is that something that you approve?
Miss Rounds, earlier this afternoon, I personally reviewed the settlement agreement. I did also refresh, but our legal office reviews the settlement agreement, and the legal office will recommend to the board whether or not there are provisions within the agreement, whether or not the provisions within the settlement agreement are enforceable. And if our legal office determines that the provisions within the agreement are enforceable, then the board will vote to approve an agreement if we are informed by our legal office that the agreement, the terms in the agreement are enforceable, that we can enforce the terms. Okay?
Oh, I'm kind of confused. Did you say you had already voted to approve the agreement? Now you're
Yes,
saying that it goes before legal? I'm kind of confused. Can you clarify that for me,
you
please?
asked the question. I was sharing with you the process, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
The board voted. I don't remember, probably maybe a couple of weeks ago, the board voted in public to approve the settlement agreement that was provided, ma'am.
And now you said it goes before legal to review it?
No, ma'am. I said to you that when settlement agreements are negotiated between the parties, the settlement agreements are provided to our legal office for review. Our legal office will review the settlement agreement, and if the legal office determines that the terms are enforceable, then the agreement will be submitted to the board for the board to make its decision whether or not we're going to vote to approve it or disapprove it. But what I stated to you, ma'am, all prior to the board voting on to approve or disapprove a settlement, any agreement, our legal office has reviewed it, and our legal office has discussed whether or not the terms are enforceable for us to respond, for us to vote. Okay?
Thank you. Well, I have one other question that I would like to ask the good doctor.
Dr. Ronas, you were on the telephone, so I know that we were having discourse with Ms. Rones, but please do not take any telephone conversations while you are testifying, sir. Go ahead.
Who did you talk to in this particular community that said that they wanted the type of restaurant, bar, or carry out that you're proposing?
No, what we did is that we invited the community to come to our restaurant and do a survey, and then, look at the environment and look at what we're trying to bring in, the menu, the cuisine, and let the chef talk to them. So after that, I will take a road show into the community for those who may or may not have the opportunity to come into the restaurant, so that we can bring it to them. The food is prepared by the chef, and then they have testing. And they come in, they sign their name and their phone number. We have about 80 or over 80 of them that tested, and they love the food. They said, this is beautiful. For documentation's sake, you sign your name and your phone number or address, then you take some food with you, so that we can just let them know this is what we are bringing, because there's a lot of confusion between whether we are going to get a good food or a liquor store, just so confusing. So we want to make sure that we do above and beyond to take the roadshow into the community. That's what it's so many of them, and the record speaks for itself.
Well, were you aware that the Queens Chapel Civic Association conducted a survey, and 80% of the respondents expressed a desire not to approve your liquor license at this location?
Well, that's what that was earlier. That's why we have to educate them, because through education, a lot of them start coming back to us and say, you know what, this is wonderful, because they compare and contrast what is it in that shopping center that worth keeping, other than bringing this nutritious food and convenience to the community, a walking distance where they can go and fellowship, or after church they can have a lunch or dinner with family and friends, or something that is they need for their house, they can pick it up from there. So that's why we went above, to make sure that we explain ourselves, to educate them, because that was the first time was very harsh, hostile. It was almost like shouting mad. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but we press a reset button, we print our menu, we do all the things necessary, and we start making sure that we invite them to know who we are and what we can do for the community. So we are not what they think, and they all sign. They sign and they have their phone numbers. What you're talking about is earlier in the presentation. They were worried about whether it's a license. They don't know what it is that is on the window and all that stuff. So we went above and beyond to not only invite them, but we take it to the community. Yes, ma'am.
Well, were there any of the 300 members that were at the Civic Association meeting that you attended at the church? Were any of them in favor of and did they sign? Did they visit your restaurant? Did they taste the food? Did any of those members agree to approve your license?
Of course, of course, they did. They said that just even Miss Charlotte was very angry initially, but I asked her specific question. I said, what is the issue? She said the issue that she wants is the hours. Okay. And then I said, it's done. We need to find means and ways to give you the hours. And the same thing with 5D. We say, what is the issue? We went ahead and do everything, cross the dot all the I's, because we want the community to know that this is for them. We can't do without the community. So we want to appease them, bend over backwards to make sure that they're educated, because education is the key. You can see someone and then destroy them because you don't know exactly what you're getting. Fear is the worst thing that will happen. So I told all my staff to make sure that we educate the community, we bring them, because this is for them. We can only succeed if they are patronizing us, so that we don't bring any outside people. So all their birthdays, all their anniversaries, all their graduation for the, kindergarten, elementary school, any promotional going on. So in the community, there are people that get promotion. They come and celebrate grandmother's birthday, all those things. I brought pictures to everyone when we had with the pastor. So I brought some of the graduation pictures for, kids 3 and above. All those things, they wish they come there, because we treat people with dignity, good food, nutritious, grocery, take home, and that's what it's all about, Miss Ron.
Again, can you cite any person that's a member of the Civic Association that tasted your food, that approved your menu, who visited your Capitol Hill restaurant? Can you give me the names?
I can only give you people that we serve, and I can't tell you whether they belong to this or that people. We are not trying to narrow it down to the civic community. We want to, make sure that the community within the 3 miles radius can even come there and test of any function. But the most important experience I have is with the pastor. He was just an amazing pastor across the street. He asked one of the most eloquent questions, whether what bad are we bringing to the community? There's nothing. We are not doing anything. Our liquor is very limited. Our food is 80%. Our grocery is 80%. So we have a sitting where people can congregate, because we are meeting at the church because there is not really any convenient place for people to meet and greet. So we want that platform to be where community can gather. That's why it's very important for us to make it nice and conducive. It's not really a typical restaurant that doesn't have that community friendliness. We want people to come in as you are, relax, get hot food, get grocery, take something home, and cook for your family. We have frozen meat, we have frozen fish, we have beautiful spices from Africa. And then we have what is called Sahara coffee. You're gonna love it. It's amazing. So those coffee is authentic coffee that we are bringing into the community for the first time. So I just want to let you know, Ms. Ron, we continue to educate the community to earn their support. I will be there for the long haul for them.
Well, let me ask you, since you brought up a menu, did you provide the menu to the meeting at the Michigan Park Civic Association?
Yes, I gave the menu to Miss Charlotte and the other lady that was at the meeting. They saw it. It's on a stretch. They see everything. I brought even the food, the presentation of the food, I gave to her.
Now, was that from your Capitol Hill restaurant?
Yeah, because that's the similar menu that we're gonna have.
You're gonna copy the menu from the Capitol Hill restaurant at this new location, proposed location?
The menu will be similar. We are serving those African, American, and Caribbean food.
By the way, who is your chef at the Capitol Hill restaurant?
Me, I'm the chef. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, we have an African chef, we have Caribbean chef, and also we have American chef. Our unique restaurant bring the spirit of our African American history and heritage. We want to be able to tell our own story. We want to be able to make sure that our people are healthy. And we want to make sure that we are not selling frozen food. They dump in a fryer and give it to the community. We want to build it from scratch. Our testament of our ingredients is impeccable. That's why our health begins with what we put inside our body. So because my wife is a physician, she's into health for empowerment, something that have a face for the community. So we are driven by social impact.
Isn't the fact that you represented that Mr. Robinson was your executive chef at the Capitol Hill location?
Say it again.
Isn't it a fact that you represented that Mr. Robinson is the executive chef at your East Capitol Street location?
I represent him?
Yes.
Why do I need to represent him for? I don't work for anybody.
That not only was he going to be your chef, but he was also joining your partnership. Is that correct?
Well, basically, some Black chefs have come around because of some of the segregation and some of the they tell me their stories, and anything that I can do to help them, I help them. And sometimes they want to do pop-up or to be able to do food testing. There is a lady that is just coming from Atlanta. Her name is Chef Barrett. She's just flew in last night. She wants to do testing of food and wine. I would like if you can be able to join us today. And because they don't have a platform where they can showcase our minority specialties and expertise. So especially when it comes to hospitality, when it comes to the cuisine, so they don't have control of those things. So our focus is to be able to tell our own story, to share our our plight, our ups and downs, and the Sahara market will be where community can come together, have meeting place. We host them. We host non-profit. We be part of the community. We want to invest in what is going on in the community. We do senior food preparation. we deliver the food free to the seniors. So it's our, our function and our integrity to make sure that we maintain a certain ingredients level to be able to have a grade A when it comes to our food status. So I'm very, very happy that if you can join us this evening, because we have a Chef Barrett. She's coming from Atlanta. She just flew in. She's in the preparing what is called the best barbecue that you can ever eat. She won the food competition. I can't see you, Miss Rons. I need to see you.
You can't see.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So Miss Ron, this lady is amazing. You can Google her. She's just one of the best. So she flew from Atlanta to have a platform to be able to display her specialty as an empowering woman that won the national barbecue competition. So we give her the platform for free, and we do that for different minority chefs that have no place to go. So our platform is to celebrate the food as nutritious as it is, to make sure that our seniors, our people, they begin to think about their health towards what they eat, instead of anything coming into the community that have no bearing, no structure, no chef, no nothing. So we want to be part of you in terms of what you eat in the community. I can't see your face, Miss Ron.
Hold on.
Can you see me?
Yeah, you have another question, Ms. Ron?
I do. Does this celebrated chef have a DC food handler certificate license?
Ms. Ron, let's move on. He just threw that out. I don't know. That's not relevant to this case. It's the restaurant. We have not approved this contract. We have not approved this license. So that's not relevant. Let's move on, ma'am. You can have that conversation offline, ma'am, if you want to. All right.
He brought it up. I would like to request the names of the people that you say requested that you open a restaurant of this nature from this immediate community. If you could provide that, that would be helpful to us.
All right. Do you have another question, ma'am?
No, I don't.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions by any board members? And after this, I'm going to take a break. Any questions by any board member? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Arono, I am familiar with the location you have at 15th and East Capitol Street. I went to Eastern High School, 17th and East Capitol years ago, and I've attended Brown Memorial AME Church at North Carolina Avenue and 14th Street since 1966. So I know a lot about the neighborhood there, and there have been nothing but raves. I've heard nothing but raves about your location there. I wish I could have got a little more information before today, but I did receive a copy of a written copy today of the agreement that you made with the ANC. And again, as the chairman said, we went over it a couple of weeks ago. But anyway,
Ms. Ron, I need you to mute your line, ma'am. There is a whole lot of interference coming on from your end, ma'am. Clearly, you're not in a room where there's a significant amount of interference in your area, ma'am. Okay, so I need you to always have your phone muted unless you're speaking.
I'm the only one in the room, so I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'll certainly engage you by muting my.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, growing up in that area of East Capitol Street and that part of Southeast, I can tell you that corner at 15th and East Capitol Street at one time was one of the most crime-ridden areas in all of Washington, D.C. And your restaurant has transformed it. Although I've never been in your establishment, I've heard nothing but rage from the community. What part of Africa are you from, sir?
I'm original from Nigeria. I'm a child born out of war in Nigeria called Biafran War. I was one of the survivors, and I was brought to this country by the charities. And in North Carolina, I lived in the church, and they put me to Elizabeth City State University. So I studied there. Then I was able to pass
Okay,
exam.
I don't mean to cut you off. But you've been testifying there for about 3 hours, and I know other people want to speak beside myself. But I've
Okay, sir.
visited 5 different countries in Africa,
Yes,
and
sir.
I've loved every moment I was there, and I'm looking to go back as soon as I finish my duties here with the board. But at any rate, again, sir, thank you for what you do with the community there on East Capitol and 15th Street. And if I had had this information today earlier, I would not have had a lot of questions that have been answered since you've been testifying. And
Thank you,
again,
sir.
kudos to you. And if the ANC commissioners there in Michigan Park have given you the go ahead, I think that's a great thing. That means that you are a business that they want in the community, and they're going to work with you, and I know you're going to work with them. Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you,
that's
sir.
all I have at this time. Thank you very much. And
Thank
I
you.
wish, again, I had had this information prior to this hearing today, but at any rate, I'm glad that I got it.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
as you're aware, Mr. Short, I mean, we have a little bit more information about this case because we had a settlement agreement, but typically it's when we sit at a hearing and then we elicit testimony from the community. That's how we are provided all the information that for us to make a decision. Okay. All right. And do you have a go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Dr. Arono, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions. One is about the capacity inside the establishment for the sit-down portion of your plan. It seems like you haven't finalized that, but I wanted to get a sense of if you have a general direction of where you want to go as far as the range for seating.
Is right now, because we are in the process of programming the floor plan and the kind of equipment and seating, and the balance of the area will be now for the seating area. But we are bringing in some state-of-the-art equipment in terms of some of the pastries that we want, because we want to offer like Sahara coffee pastries and breakfast grab and go. So our chef and our program managers is just programming everything to fit into the small space that we have. So the balance of that space will be the capacity of the city. So the number will change depending on one or two things after the inspection, that they will come, the district will come and then give us the number based on the programming of what is there. So I don't want to jump out and say one number and then it means that everything is just a forecast that we may be between this range and that range, but nothing will be final until the government comes and do the final inspection for certificate of occupancy.
Just a quick follow-up on that, but is there a number for you that is like a sweet spot, or if you came back with the number that was too low, is there a range that for you it doesn't make sense?
Well, restaurant business is a kind of that's why that store will be very diverse to cater to the community. It's not just the food from the restaurant. We want to be able to give them toilet tissues, light bulb, something that you can, when you can grab and go into the store and grab it. So we are looking for means and ways to survive in the community by addressing the community needs. So, but like I said, what we have now, I differ to Mr. Jackson. He kind of have a more in-depth understanding of how the programming works as a consultant, but I'm flexible with whatever works for the community is all I want, because without the community, we cannot succeed. And we are blessed to have that we go above and beyond to explain to them who we are and what we do, and how we're going to do it, and the jobs, walking distance jobs that we can bring into that community, because we want to 90% hire people within the walking distance, so they don't have to catch a bus.
Mr. Grant, just to interject. Of course, the certificate of occupancy will determine what the occupancy will be for the restaurant, but as per the settlement agreement, the number will not exceed 60, and the number will not exceed 20. So irrespective of what the certificate of occupancy states, the number cannot exceed 60 as per the settlement agreement that they signed with the ANC. The occupancy cannot exceed 60 and the seating cannot exceed 20. So it will be lower. It will lower than 60. It'll be 60 or lower as per the settlement agreement, which will, so the certificate of occupancy, if the certificate of occupancy is lower than that number, that's what it will be. But if the certificate of occupancy is higher than the numbers that's in the settlement agreement will control if the license is approved.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I agree.
Just a question about engagement with the community. Ms. Rones mentioned your effort to reach out to the community. Did you or your legal representation make any attempt to have any of those people testify today?
Well, we engage few people that reach out to the community, and not my personal self, but I think Mr. Jackson have some few people that familiar with the community and will like to testify. But my thing is this: I'm very confident that we almost educated the community about where we are and what we are bringing to the community. And we believe, by God's grace, that they will understand that we will compete to be the best thing in that shopping center for them, and for more convenience, and for more job creation, and for more opportunity for seniors.
Okay, that is all of my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Jackson. What happened to Mr. Jackson? Dr. Arona, can you call to see what happened to Mr. Jackson? He's not online.
I'm texting him now.
I see he just popped back up.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson?
I'm texting him.
He popped back up, but then he disappeared again. I'm looking at the panelists for this case, and his name is missing. So let's pause and let's wait a couple of minutes until he comes back. Mr. Jackson?
Hello, I was having connection issues. I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Jackson. All right, I don't have any questions I need to ask. Do you have another witness, Mr. Jackson?
Yes. I thought you was going to take a break. Do you want to take it now, or?
How many more witnesses do you have?
I have 2 witnesses.
You have You have 2 more witnesses?
No, yes, I have 2 witnesses left. Yes.
Ms. Rones, how many witnesses do you have? You're unmute. You need to unmute yourself, Ms. Rones.
I have 3 that are present to testify, and I wish to submit testimony on one person who had an emergency, but she's prepared written testimony.
I'm not going to accept you to submit testimony because the person cannot be the person is not available for us to cross-examine the person. So we're not. The person has to be live, testify live. All right. So, all right. It's 4:27. We're gonna take a break until 4:40, and we're gonna take a break until 4:40, and then we'll decide whether or not we'll be able to complete this hearing today. Okay. So we're off the record until 4:40. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Just mute your line and turn your camera off. Okay. So we're off the record until 4:40. We're back on the record. We're back on the record. We are back. Ms. Roan, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Roans and Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
You're not on camera, so because
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not
about
on
to get on,
camera,
sir.
I don't know you. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
if
about
you're
to get
there.
on.
I'm waiting for Mr. Short. So you're saying you have two more. You said you have two more witnesses, Mr. Jackson, right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Rowan said you have three witnesses. We're not going to complete this hearing today because the board we have a hard stop at 6 o'clock, and I doubt we'll be able to do 5 witnesses in an hour and 20 minutes. If you guys believe we can do that, and Ms. Rowan, you need to put your there. I don't know what's going on, Ms. Rowan, but I can hear other voices when you open your line, ma'am. Okay, either you're on the phone with someone or something, but there's always interference coming from your end whenever you open your line. Okay, that's why I would say, all right. So what we're going to do is that Mr. Jackson is going to present both of his witnesses, and once Mr. Jackson presents, once Mr. Jackson presents both of his, Mr. Jackson, I'm glad you're wearing pants, sir, because I said I'm glad you're wearing pants because you got up, and when you're on, when you're on these virtual calls, you can't get up, sir.
Right, I just realized that, sir.
All right, thank you. All right. I know I'm not getting up. Okay, all right, but I'm going to have you present your two witnesses, and after you present your two witnesses, we're going to end the hearing for the day because
Okay.
we have to. It has always been my intent to finish these hearings in one day, but it's not apparent that we'll be able to complete this hearing by 6 o'clock. Okay. All right. So.
Okay.
All right. So who's your next witness, sir?
Yes, my next written witness is Darrell Simpson.
Where's Darrell Simpson? I guess I missed Mr. Oriana. We need to elevate Mr. Darrell Simpson. Mr. Simpson, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, I'm starting it now.
All right. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Simpson, you're not moving, right?
I am in transit at the moment. I've been sitting in place in my office since 1:30.
Are you driving, sir?
No, I'm not. Good.
Okay.
I'm
All
not.
right, fine. As long as you're not driving, I'm fine. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Simpson. Could you spell and state your first and last name, please?
My name is Darrell Simpson. My first name is Derrell. My last name is Simpson. Simpson.
Okay, Mr. Simpson, are you familiar with Sierra Market and the location where it's proposed to be going to?
I am extremely familiar with the location and the market.
And how are you familiar with the location and the market?
I'm familiar with the location. I grew up in this neighborhood. I attended Bertie Backus Middle School. I also had an office right there, 4101 South Dakota Avenue, which is at South Dakota and 18th for a very long time. So I'm extremely familiar with the neighborhood, and I grew up on Queens Chapel Road.
Mr. Simpson, are you familiar with the arguments that's been presented so far?
Yes.
Did you have a chance of being or attending the Queens Chapel Citizens Association meeting?
Yes.
Okay, after that meeting, do you recall Dr. Rono inviting people for a food tasting?
Yes, I attended as well.
Can you tell me where the food tasting was?
The food tasting took place at the 1500 East Capitol Street location.
Okay, could you tell me who was in attendance at that meeting from the Queens Chapel Citizen Association?
Well, one is Vice President, Tim Thomas was there, and his wife, as well as, obviously myself, folks like Rip Preston, who's a longtime member, former ANC commissioner that represented the Queens Chapel community, as well as his wife, Pearl Preston. He also had Mark Jones, the former president of the Board of Education and Ward 5 school board member there, all members of this community.
Okay, could you tell me exactly what occurred at the food tasting?
Well, one, obviously we had some good food. The food was really top notch. They brought out samples of everything on the menu. I had an opportunity to sit with Tim Thomas and Rip Preston, and Dr. Irono came over. We took photos. We all took photos. We talked about the need for a restaurant like this in the community. Tim, who is the vice president of the Queens Chapel Civic Association, also attends church right there. I believe it's the same church as Chief Short mentioned. He attends earlier right there on North Carolina Avenue. And he had said that he regularly attends the gospel brunch after church on Sundays.
Now, did you have a chance of having a sign-in sheet of the participants that came to the food tasting?
Yes. And I think I provided you with that. It was unfortunately we weren't as organized, so there was no typed up sheet. We had Xerox paper where people wrote their name, telephone number, email address, who were in support of the restaurant coming to the area or who attended the event.
Do you recall how many people was in attendance that signed that sheet?
Between 80 to 100 people. It was an extensive list. It should span, I think I gave you 10 to 12 pages full of names from back.
At this time, I would like the board to look at Exhibit 2A, which was submitted with the PIP.
You have to
Yes.
show us the
I know
document.
I can't. I'm having technical problems, but I submitted the Exhibit 2A along with the names of the participants with the email address and everyone that attended the food tasting.
You said Exhibit 2A?
Yes, sir.
And
that exhibit was submitted to the protestants as well.
So what's Exhibit 2A, sir?
Exhibit 2A is the list of all the individuals, of the names of the individuals, their location where they live, their email address that was in support of Sahara Market Cafe coming to the coming to the location, and that was at the food tasting.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit with you, sir? You, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, I do.
Well, can you read the document for the witness? And since you can't show it to us, you said that you have some technical difficulties. Yes. So can you just go over the document and ask the witness whether or not this is the document that he shared with you, sir?
Sure. So, Mr. Simpson, the document that you provided to me, it states that it's the coming soon at 1901 Shopping Center, Sierra Cafe, Wine and Spirits, food tasting support. You recall you providing me with that document?
Yes, sir.
How many names are on the list, sir?
If I'm not mistaken, it should be about 97 to be exact. You could, I also numbered them. You could go to the end page and let us know, Mr. Jackson.
That's it. That's 97 is correct.
Mr. Jackson, are there? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so tell me what information is it that the folks wrote on the paper?
They wrote their name, their address, and their email address.
Okay. And you said there are 97. You said there are 97 individuals on the list?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Simpson, you said that in attendance was the vice president to the civic association that was in attendance that you spoke to,
Yes.
and he tasted some of the food?
Yes, and he said he comes there regularly and he supports it. That's why I was shocked to learn when I looked at the resolution that it was 0 to 80 in terms of the vote. It was very shocking because a lot of the members of the Queens Chapel Civic Association attended the food tasting and expressed support of it.
Okay, I don't have no further questions, Chairman.
Yeah. Ms. Rones, do you have any questions? Ms. Rones? Ms. Rones, do you have any questions, ma'am?
Yes, I do have questions. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. Mr. Simpson, where did you say you reside?
Where do I reside?
Yeah, currently.
I was never asked that question.
You talked about having a business and living in the community.
Yeah, I said I grew up in the community.
Well, where did you grow up?
I grew up on Queens Chapel Road.
And when did you stop living on Queens Chapel Road?
I stopped living on Queens Chapel Road in maybe it was 2000 or the early 2000, right after Bacchus. So probably about 2004, 2003, 2002 in that time frame.
Over 20 years ago?
You said, did I live in the community 20 years ago?
That has been over 20 years ago since you lived in the community. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Turn right on Fenwick Street Northeast, then turn right on Oakey Street Northeast.
I'm hearing some feedback. Do other people hear the feedback?
Someone.
I'm in the car right now. I'm a driver. I'm in the Uber. Yes,
So
so
you've
perhaps
lived in the community for 20 years. Are you a frequent visitor to the community?
yes, my children attend Bunker Hill Elementary School, and again, as I shared before, I have an office right there on. I had an office right there on 4101 South Dakota Avenue.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I had an office on
where?
4101 South Dakota Avenue, and my children, both my daughter and son, attend. My 10-year-old daughter, and she's in the 5th grade. My son, who's in the 2nd grade, attends Bunker Hill Elementary School on South Dakota, right there on Michigan Avenue.
I'm not familiar of any office building on 2101 South Dakota Avenue.
4101.
4101.
18th and 18th Street and South Dakota Avenue. There's an office building right on the corner.
Is that a small office building that hasn't been used for several years?
It has been used for several years because I just vacated the space last year.
Okay.
And it's currently in operation.
Is that Vincent Orange's building?
Yes, it was at one point his building.
Okay. And what did you do in that building?
Conducted business.
Did you interact with people in the immediate jurisdiction of the proposed location?
Yes.
Are you an active member of the Queens Chapel Civic Association?
No.
Did you attend the meeting on June? Let me see the date. Did you attend the meeting in June that was held at the church?
Yes, I did.
Is your name on the attendance sheet?
I don't recall if I signed in or not.
Well, you were aware that there were 80 people in attendance and 80 people voted against the market. Were you not?
Well, they didn't do a roll call. What I recall was a show of hands, and so it was an air count. Bill Lewis walked down the aisle and tried to count with a pen on his finger how many people was voting. So there wasn't a roll call where you could say 80 people actually voted. So if that's what you're asking me.
Well, I'm asking you, were you aware of the fact that there were 80 people that did not wish to have the market located in the shopping center?
I became aware of that when I read the resolution, but that wasn't expressed at the meeting at the time. There was a lot of people. What happened at the meeting was a survey was presented, where they asked the community what type of things they wanted to see in the community and what they'd like to see at that establishment. And a lot of people expressed a market. A lot of people expressed a coffee shop. A lot of people expressed a sit-down restaurant where they didn't have to go and deal with the hassle of Mid-Atlantic down the street. And so they talked about that. That's what I recall from the meeting. Were you there?
No, I wasn't. That's why I'm asking you questions.
Oh, okay.
There. Now, did anybody at that time, at that meeting, express a desire for a liquor and retail liquor sales store?
Charger. Excuse me?
Did anyone at that meeting express a desire to have a carryout liquor retailer and beer and wine retailer at that location?
I don't recall that type of language being used, no.
So you're saying Dr. Arano did not mention anything about selling alcohol and spirits when he visited?
No, you said did anybody express support for that? And so I don't remember the people who expressed support saying they expressed support explicitly for alcohol place. What they said was they want a sit down restaurant, they want a place to go have coffee, they want a place for pastries and bakery pastries and get fresh French bread and things of that nature. And when I went and had the food tasting at Cap Square Bar and Grill, those are all the things that was there. You had an all-in-one shop. You had a bakery. I got fresh bread. You had a place to go get coffee. The Sahara coffee is amazing. All right, it's it's really good. I can't wait for you to try it.
Has he, to your knowledge, expressed an interest in replicating those things at this new market?
As who?
Replicating those, a bakery? Did he express that he's going to have a bakery at this market? Did he express that he's going to have coffee? Have you ever heard him express those things regarding this particular location?
Yes.
And where did you hear him say that?
At the meeting when he talked about the market and how the market would have fresh baked bread, that it would also have coffee.
So, you know, a bakery takes up quite a bit of space. Do you, in your opinion, think that this market can accommodate a bakery?
Well, not all bakeries cook in-house. A lot of places, they go out and they use a third-party vendor to bring in fresh stuff every day, just like 7-Eleven. Every morning you get fresh donuts at 7-Eleven because a truck brings them in the morning. And if you get there early enough, about 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., you'll see them unloading the truck.
Well, he said he was going to have fresh food, not frozen or not pre-prepared. So does that mean that his location over on East Capitol has a bakery located within the restaurant?
I don't understand I don't work there, man.
You visited, you seem to be real knowledgeable about the operation. You didn't see a bakery there?
No, I didn't. Not from where I was sitting, no. But I also didn't go through the entire establishment either. So,
Did you see any groceries being sold?
well, no, because that's a restaurant. It's not a market. So I never went there to look for groceries. But what I expect is a hard market our groceries because it's a market.
Okay, well, where did these people, you said there were about 80 to 100 people at the tasting?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were those people from?
They were from the North Michigan Park, Queens Chapel community, also North Woodbridge community as well.
You
That's
have their
that
names
area
and addresses on a list,
with names and yep.
and you can provide that list to us.
Ms. Rones, the list is Mr. Jackson is Exhibit 2A, Ms. Rones. If you look in Exhibit 2A, you have it. The only reason why we didn't have it on screen today is because Mr. Jackson stated that he was having some technical difficulties, so therefore I had him go through the list and the witness confirmed it. So you have the list, ma'am, as Exhibit 2A.
I think that there is some authentication issues regarding this list as to the accuracy and how it was compiled and the chain of custody. I think there's a problem accepting this list.
Well, ma'am, it's part of the exhibit. It's part of the 5 day. It's part of the 5 day. So if you have issues, then you can raise whatever issues you have with it, ma'am. But I don't have the document with me. It's a it's a document that was provided by Mr. Jackson as part of his exhibit. So you have it within the 7 days that it was supposed to be disclosed. Now, if there are other issues with it, you can raise those issues at the appropriate. You can raise those issues, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Simpson, you said there were approximately 80 to 100 people at the tasting. Was that inside?
I'm sorry, Mr. I believe. Okay, I apologize. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Say that again.
You said there were approximately 80 to 100 people at the food tasting. Was that inside?
It spanned both inside and outside.
Were the people sitting down?
It's some people.
You're breaking up, Mr. Simpson.
People were sitting and standing.
What do you think would be the capacity of the interior of the East Capitol Street location?
I don't know. When I went to college, I went to school for communications and history. I didn't go to be an engineer or architect.
Well, that's very good. I hope you took estimations so that you could tell us. You in fact admitted that you said there were about 80 to 100 people.
Yeah, I said
So
I went to school for communications and history, not engineering.
it does not matter what you went to school for. You
All
already
right, Miss Rounds.
that there were 80 to 100 people present. Was that not your testimony?
Yeah,
So
that
you
was
don't
my
need
testimony.
Miss
But
Rounds.
you're asking, ma'am,
Hold
you're
on,
asking me about the capacity of the building. I don't know the capacity. I'm not an engineer.
All right, thank you, Miss Rounds. Please do not ask him the capacity of the building. You can ask him about how many people were there. He doesn't. He stated he went to a restaurant, so it's irrelevant what the capacity of the building is. Let's move on, ma'am. If you want to ask him about the list, how many people were there, that's fair game. Asking him the capacity of the building, that's not relevant for our purpose.
Well, it goes to the management of the location to have an excessive number of people attend.
Miss Rones, I don't know what the capacity of the building is. I don't know if it's excessive. And so let's move on from, and that is not relevant for our issue, ma'am. The issue, if you want to say whether or not the people were actually there, but it's not relevant whether or not the numbers were excessive or what the capacity of this restaurant is, because we're not talking about the restaurant on East Capitol Street, ma'am. We're talking about a proposed restaurant in off Michigan Avenue, ma'am. Let's go on. Let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Simpson, you're familiar with the people that are members of the Queens Chapel Civic Association, are you not?
I'm extremely familiar with a lot of members, including the president and her husband.
How many members did you say attended the food tasting?
I don't know. I didn't do a count.
But you say at least 3: Tim Thompson, Rip Preston, and Mark Jones, and his wife, Rip's wife.
Yep. If they're members, I don't know. I didn't ask for their card, but I know that Tim did represent that he was the vice president of the Civic Association. And I know Rip Preston, since I was 9 years old, and I know where he lives at. So I know that he is a member of the Queens Chapel Civic. He was the ANC for that area, and he's a member of that community.
Okay, was he at the meeting in which Dr. Arono invited people to a tasting?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Arono absolutely extend the invitation at that meeting?
I don't recall all the words that were said at the meeting.
So how'd you find out about the tasting?
I found out about the tasting from Tim Thomas and Rick Preston.
So you weren't listening when you were attending the Civic Association meeting?
Well, as he was trying to talk, Charlotte Lewis kind of kept, she's the president. She was standing at the podium and she really didn't allow him to speak. And then she told him to get out of the entire thing. And so there wasn't an opportunity for him to really present anything for the community. But, you know, so that's,
Would you
I
say
hope I
that
answered your question.
Well, partially. Let me finish asking. Maybe you did. So was it a contentious meeting?
It was a meeting. It was, it was the strangest meeting. It was a meeting where you have folks like Leroy Swain, who is a member of the Civic Association, who tried to get up and speak and talk, but then the president wouldn't allow members from the community who supported the restaurant to speak. And so a lot of the times in the meeting, she really dictated who had an opportunity to speak and she controlled their talk time and whether or not they got the microphone. So it was very hard to hear. And, so if that makes it a contentious meeting, then yes.
And why do you think she asked Dr. Arnold to leave?
I don't know. Probably the same reason she asked Leroy Swain, a member of the community, to sit down, because she wanted to control the narrative of the meeting.
It wasn't because they were being disruptive, and she wasn't led to believe that Dr. Arnold wasn't telling the truth about what he was proposing at this location, was it?
I don't know. Leroy Swain's been the principal of a school here. He's been a teacher. He's been the assistant superintendent. I don't think he would be disruptive and voicing support. I think it's just the idea that he was voicing support.
Okay, how did the people respond to Dr. Arnold?
I don't know. I know that Ms. Lewis got on the microphone and tried to shut down the meeting. So there really wasn't an opportunity to gauge anything from the community because she controlled the time and the mic. And so you couldn't gauge the community support.
Okay, last question. Does the East Capitol restaurant sell alcohol?
I've never purchased an alcoholic beverage from them.
When you attended the food tasting, were they serving alcohol?
I did attend the food tasting. I don't recall though. I got a soda that day, so.
Okay, all right.
But they probably do. I mean, I'm sure they do. I'm almost, they probably do if it's a restaurant. Most restaurants in the District of Columbia serve wine or alcoholic beverages. I know like Highlands Cafe, which is on 14th Street, they serve wine and beverages, but they also are a deli.
Do you have any other questions, Ms. Ross?
No further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Jackson, any redirect?
No, sir.
Mr. Simpson, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another witness? Mr.
Yes, my last witness is Rob Baruka.
Rob Baruka. Can Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate that witness, please? Is that person available? Is that person available? Oh, Mr. Baruka. All right, Mr. Baruka, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're a witness, Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Could you basically state and spell your first and last name, please?
Sure. My name is Terry Burka, TerryBurka, and I go by the name of Rob.
Okay, sir. What is your relationship to the property 1901 Michigan Avenue?
I'm the senior property manager for Broad Street Realty at the Avondale Shopping Center. And Broad Street Realty owns and operates 15 centers around Washington, D.C. area, and I manage the center on their behalf.
Did you have a chance doing your vetting of the people that's coming into the shopping center or want to do business at the shopping center? Did you have a chance to do a background check and look at some references of your people that you was interested in occupying the space there?
I do. And as well, the entire team evaluates and vets every prospective lessee or tenant. And the scrutiny is and there's a very high bar. And I'm prepared to offer testimony in support of what that vetting actually entails.
Could you do that, please?
With specifics. Sure. In evaluating a potential tenant, we take a look at tax returns, balance sheets, P&L statements, credit reports, and any kind of active history of operating experiences of like kind and quality. In this case, Mr. Motier presented signed tax returns with favorable gross receipts. Each of those tax returns that we received, the 10S and his personal 1040, were signed by certified public accountants. As well, we analyzed his balance sheet in conformity with those tax returns, which he submitted in support of the lease application. We also perform a rigorous review of the profit and loss statements, which account for total income, net income, deductions, and salary. Moreover, we subscribe to the National Association of Independent Landlords and received a credit report from Mr. Arono personally. That report presents an extensive financial and credit 4-page detail, which presents favorable credit metrics, which includes the quality of trade lines. In this case, he had 32. Delinquencies, collections, write-offs, past dues, revolving credits. We analyzed the report to be favorable. This is exactly the kind of sufficiency when confirming prospective tenants that we conduct in order to determine whether that prospective tenant will be able to satisfy its rental obligations, as well as being able to maintain its business in a proper and appealing physical condition. We also look at regulatory documents, such as the certificate of organization to confirm the LLC registration and other regulatory, and we focus on other regulatory requirements, which we hold very important, which we hold compliance with to be very important. As well, we look at the website. Often it portrays IT investment commitment, its business culture, and the message one desires to communicate to the public at large. We had observations of it. We took a look at the website, and we saw that this particular individual and concept was favorable to us. I might add that he passed several threshold tests by a wide margin in his favor, and that we support that particular business model in the community. The people who evaluate those are the Senior Vice President of Leasing, an asset manager. All of these are heavily credentialed people. Property management, myself, and I was once also certified as a property manager in the District of Columbia. I would say that all three of us scrubbed those files, and once they were scrubbed, they got escalated to the Senior Vice President of Asset Management and to our Chief Executive Officer for further review. I'd like to give you a little background momentarily about Broad Street Realty. Broad Street Realty is the owner of the shopping center. It has a net asset value of approximately $500 million and is a public company registered with the SEC. We emphasize tribal values, which includes teamwork, respect, integrity, accountability, and balance of work-life leadership in the communities we serve. We think a personal investment in the success and the growth of the community are extremely important. I have more to say if you're asking questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In reviewing his business plan, did you put any restrictions upon him in order to be a good operator?
Well, I would like to take a moment that to discuss some of the previous testimony. Would this be a good time to answer that? Because it relates to the lease requirements and it also relates to representations made, which
Yes, sir.
as the landlord, we're not.
Yes, sir. Answer the question, please.
Am I answering the question or am I not?
You're answering the question, sir. That's why
Very
you
well.
asked the question.
Very well. Okay, so the parking, so going to the parking. Parking is somewhere between 48 and 50 count. We were there this past week. I'm sorry, I was there yesterday doing an evaluation of the parking facility so that we can get it painted and striped. We're also replacing the handrails and making general repairs. I also wanted to take a look at the existing the Echoes space. We also note that the Avondale, of the 15 shopping centers we own and numerous others that we fee manage, that this is the only site we manage that does not require on-site security. That's because it's a very calm environment and we want to keep it that way. The only time that any drama was occurring there was on July 4th. And we assigned a security guard at that time. If there's any concern that children will migrate from the rear side of the YMCA, the way the property works is there's an upper level and a lower level. So the natural topography contours down. The rear of the center is the YMCA, the entire length. Those children are very well supervised. They're all very young. I do not know of any adolescents in there per se. There will not be any adolescent aggregation, and nobody's coming around to the front. I've never seen a child do that, nor any other of the church schools in the neighborhood. So that's a non-existent fear as far as I'm concerned. Okay. I might add that while I was there yesterday, meeting with the contractor, I fortuitously ran into Mr. Tim Thomas, Vice President of the Civic Association, incumbent ANC 5A President. We talked about the Sahara restaurant and expressed his enthusiasm and anticipation of its opening. I only talked to him for a couple minutes because I was already on appointment. And I did not schedule an appointment to meet with him. And he called me out because he saw my name tag and I was there with other people looking around like a manager would look instead of a patron. That's the first time I met him in person. I had one call with him maybe 3 months ago, something like that. And that lasted for about 10 minutes.
I think the question that
did I answer that question?
The question was that any restrictions on the lease, sir. I think that was
very well. Thank you very much. Okay, so in the lease there is a provision on the time, but I've already consulted with my leadership. We'd amend the lease in order to provide the usage for later hours. That provision in the lease is intended to be a minimum operation, not a maximum operation. So I might add that in the lease, it calls for a minimum. We just want the center to be, I'm not seeing it right now. Oh, here we go. Business hours were from 9 to 8, 6 days a week, and 9 to 6:30, 1 day a week. That's not going to be a problem. If he wants to remain, here's the clearance, there's the hurdle that we have and that I have, and then what I would recommend to my leadership. I don't have a problem with that center being open till 11, as long as it's not interfering with the community and it doesn't represent poorly on Broad Street Realty. And if they want to be open till 11 or 12, that's reasonable as far as I'm concerned. Okay. And if we need to then amend the lease, that's not going to be a problem either. So is there any other particular concerns that you might have?
Do you have another question, Mr. Jackson?
Just lastly, on the parents, as you stated, that they're restricted to maintaining a safe, clean, and proper environment with no music. Is that correct?
That's right. What we don't want is to turn this place into a club. Meaning like place where you get an aggregation of a lot of young adults and teens loitering in the parking lot, causing problems and drama. That's not going to happen. So in terms of what we understand this to be, it's a concept restaurant, like a bistro cafe with beer and wine. We have no exception. We have a lot of liquor stores in our portfolio, but we have no exception to beer and wine being carried out or consumed on premises. We don't want to see any consumption in cars. We don't want to see any consumption on the street as a pedestrian. I'd also add that a retailer such as Mr. Arono intends to become provides jobs for local residents. That's something we look at. It increases disposable income and more people spend money. We expect Mr. Arono to make essential goods such as groceries acceptable, so that prevents the need from moving around to other neighborhoods. This particular center obviously is centrally located in a very constrained, high densely packed single-family, multifamily area. And a reputable retailer can enhance the desirability of that neighborhood, improving property values. It's also a place where the community can gather, where residents can connect and socialize. It can be a social hub. That strengthens the bonds within our neighborhood, and enhances community cohesion. We were wholly in support of that kind of situation in the neighborhood, and we're thankful that that's a possibility for us in that neighborhood. We don't want that to be another nail salon. We don't want it to be a bar, whatever, something like a low-level services restaurant, infrequently patronized. As well, I believe Mr. Arono will improve food service and the quality of eating habits there. In closing, Mr. Arono passed these threshold tests by a wide margin. And we're considering, we're considerably, when I say we, I mean Broad Street Realty is considerably lucky that he is able to bring his considerable restaurant and food service experience to the Avondale Center. And I would add that he stepped up and became personally involved. And that's the exact type of sub-anchor that we expect or that we could ever hope for this center. We're delighted that someone wasn't afraid to add value during the COVID community. I personally know of the commitment it takes. Of course, about 25 years ago, I used to run a 210 unit apartment building in Northwest, numerous HIV residents and AIDS patients. I know what kind of commitment and bravery that takes when in a biohazardous environment. For Mr. Arono to accept that kind of responsibility is a testament to his character and commitment to humanity. And we'd be proud to have Sahara as our tenant. We strongly support his application for the license.
Thank you, sir. No further questions. And I just want to thank you for your testimony. And just to a little footnote, that we provided a security plan to address those issues as well, along with the settlement agreement that we provided that was accepted. Thank you. No other questions.
Ms. Rhones, do you have any questions, ma'am?
Yes, I do. Can I call you Rob? Because I can't really pronounce.
You can call me
your
Rob.
last name.
That's what everybody calls me. Sure.
Rob, are you in any way financially compensated to come and provide this testimony today?
No.
Isn't it a fact that your company would inure from the leasing of this building to Dr. Arono, no matter what kind of operation he located at this premises?
Could you be more specific? I don't understand your question.
Are you going to make money from this lease?
As would any landlord?
Would that give you the incentive to fabricate and testify in a way that's less than honorable, since you got a financial incentive?
I don't have a the company does not have a financial incentive. The company's in the business of renting space in shopping centers that it owns. If you're going to say that that land, labor, and capital is a financial incentive, then okay, if that's how you want to word it. But I'm reading between the lines of what you're saying, and I'm in disagreement with the connotation.
Okay, well, let's go on. You say you were a certified property manager?
I was at one time, yes.
You have a license now?
Miss Rohn, you're going afield. That's just extraneous information he put out there, and that's not relevant to this here, man. If you want to ask him questions about the lease, ask him questions, but that's not relevant for us to make a determination whether or not.
Anderson, I do disagree, because he stated that he was a certified licensed property manager.
Okay, but what does that have to do?
That.
Okay.
But I also stated that it was.
Hold on. Ms. Rohn, the board is looking for testimony that's going to be relevant to assist us in making a decision. Whether or not Mr. Burker is a certified property management, whatever his job title is, it's irrelevant to us. I think he came here to testify today as he's representing someone from the landlord's perspective. That's all. I don't care. I don't care nothing else. What he is or isn't is irrelevant. All he's doing is he's here on saying, I'm the landlord, and this is what it is. His personal, whether or not what his resume is, it's not relevant to information that's not information that the board needs to make the determination. And one of the things that, if you were at the protest hearing status, the reading that I said is that I don't want to hear anything that's irrelevant, and this is irrelevant testimony, ma'am. So let's move on.
Well, Chairman Anderson, I beg to differ with you, because in the District of Columbia, you must have a property manager's license in order to manage property.
I don't care, Miss Rohn. That's not relevant. Miss Rohn. This agency doesn't care if he has a property manager license. It is not relevant to us making a decision whether or not we're going to give a license to this establishment. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. It is not relevant. Let's move on, ma'am.
That would be incorrect. The owner has a right to manage its own property.
With the property manager's license.
I don't care, ma'am. Let's move on. I don't care. Let's move on. That's irrelevant information, ma'am. Do you have a relevant question you want to ask? Come on.
Yes. Are you familiar with Dr. Arono's 50% partner in this venture?
I am not.
Were you aware of the fact that the prior tenant is in fact his 50% partner in this venture?
I am not.
You did you in fact state that
we evaluated it standalone in his own right. We didn't take any consideration. We didn't need to consider anybody else.
Well,
We don't need a guarantor from him or anything else because his evidence supported that he could do, he would be able to properly and economically conduct the business under the lease.
okay, well, can you tell us what happened to the prior leasing?
I'm sorry, that's not relevant. I don't care, Miss Roan. Let's move on. I don't care about the previous lease. Miss Roan, what I want to hear today, ma'am, is whether or not this is an establishment that's appropriate for this area. I don't care about who was there before. I don't care about who is going to come tomorrow. So that's irrelevant. Let's move on, ma'am.
Okay, can you please give me some leeway because I'm making a point about
But
this
there's no point
particular
to make here,
application.
ma'am. There's no point to make here.
It is because she's a partner in this venture.
She's not in trial. I don't know. Hold on, Miss Roan. I've not seen the application. There's no allegation. Dr. Arona presented himself as the owner. I have not seen the underlying application to see if he's a partner or what it is. But that's not relevant here, ma'am. I don't care. That's not. We're talking about some other person who. This is cross-examination. Miss Roan, you are an attorney. You're cross-examined. This is not. You don't. He did not. If you want to ask a question to Dr. Arona, that's appropriate. You want if you want to ask questions about his character, but for this witness, this is inappropriate for this witness. Let's move on.
Well, I don't want to be purposely conflictual with you, Chairman Anderson, but this witness testified as to Dr. Arono's financial viability.
Right.
And he testified that the corporation passed all of the financial tests.
I did not say that.
Is
I did not say that.
Hold on, Mr. Burker, please, sir, please, go ahead, ma'am.
And if he's averring that this particular corporation, the Sahara Corporation, which has a 50% partner who was the prior tenant, who did not pay her rent for 6 months, then my question is, how did this partnership pass the financial viability test that you so administered?
But Ms. Roan, this is not this hearing. I don't care about that in this hearing, ma'am. That's not. No, ma'am. Let's move on.
Well, that's part of his application. He said that he had a 50% partner.
All right, but if you want to go raise that in another if you want to raise that somewhere else, ma'am, you can do that. But in an ABC hearing, ma'am, no, I don't care about that.
Well, this goes
I don't know what you're talking.
This goes to his financial ability.
I don't care about that. That's not, the board does not make that determination. That the agency will make a determination. The agency, he provides his financial information to the agency. The experts within the agency, they make that determination, ma'am. All that the board does is that, is this restaurant, is this license appropriate for the area that is applying for a license? That's all I care about. I don't care about his finances. I don't care about his 50%. I don't care about whoever the previous owner is. I don't care. That's not relevant, ma'am. Let's move on.
Okay, well, I disagree. I think it goes to the ability of
and you asked him, you had an opportunity to ask a question to the owner. You never did. Let's move on. This is not the witness to ask a question.
Mr. Rob stated that he did a financial analysis.
And I don't care. He did that, Miss Roan. He did that, but he gave us information that I allowed it, but it's not relevant for the board to make a decision. I don't want to hear that. I don't care about it.
Why
That's
do you
just
ask
fluff
the
information.
Miss
Brown, that's fluff information. That is not information that's important or relevant for the board. Let's move on, ma'am.
Okay. You spoke, Rob, you spoke about Mr. Arano's, Dr. Arano's character. Are you aware that he was disbarred by the DC government for submitting fraudulent documentation?
Wasn't it his testimony that that was erroneous?
No, his testimony was that he filed a lawsuit contesting it, but he's still on the disbarment list. Were you aware of that?
Not until this moment.
Of all of your
Not until this hearing.
background investigation,
Miss Roan, I don't care. You went over that information with him. Let's move on, ma'am.
this witness stipulated that he believed that Dr. Arano was of high character, and he examined.
All right, Miss Roan. Okay. This hearing, this was protested by the Civic Association. Okay, peace, order, quiet. That's the issue. Peace, order. Those are the buzzwords when a license is being being protested. Those are the buzzwords that have to be in the allegation: peace, order, and quiet. That's
Okay,
our field, ma'am. Let's move on.
Rob, were you aware that the settlement agreement had a provision that said Dr. Arano was not responsible for sweeping the front and the back of the premises?
But you're not a part of the settlement agreement. Why are you asking me about a settlement agreement? You guys didn't even participate in the settlement agreement. I don't care.
The settlement agreement up. He brought it up.
Yeah, but okay, but I don't care about a settlement agreement. The board hasn't even agreed to give him a license. He can have a settlement agreement. He can have a settlement agreement with the ANC, and based on the testimony today, the board can say he's not appropriate. So we're not going to give him a license. And then I don't care. He can still open his restaurant there, ma'am. You know that. You know he can still open his grocery store. He can have a restaurant. He can still open his grocery store. He just can't sell alcohol. And there's nothing that this agency can do about it. We are only concerned today because he's applying for alcohol. But if this board agreed today, determined that we're not going to give him a license, he can still have it. He can still operate his restaurant. He can do whatever he wants to do there, and there's nothing that this board can do because he's not selling and serving alcohol. So I don't care about sweeping it. I don't care what's in a settlement agreement. That's not relevant here. That's not. Come on, ma'am. Come on. Let's move this along. It's at the end of the day. We're going to continue this hearing. Let's move this along.
Questions, because as I stated before, I think disbarment prohibits you from issuing an alcohol.
This is not a fitness hearing, ma'am. If this is not a fitness hearing, you're correct. If we had a hearing, if this was a fitness hearing on this owner's fitness to get a license, yes, ma'am. All of those allegations you're raising would be appropriate. But this is not a fitness hearing, ma'am. This is not it. This is a protest hearing.
Okay, well,
it's not irrelevant.
Mr. Rob, who did you talk to in the community that expressed a desire for this type of business? Or did you talk to anybody in the community?
Other than Mr. Thomas, no one.
You talked to no one in the community that expressed a desire for this sort of business? I'm sorry, I did not hear the response.
Miss Roan, he answered the question, and the long and short of it, he's a landlord. He wants to rent space. He doesn't need to speak to anybody. It's not relevant. He doesn't need to talk to anybody in the neighborhood. This is a landlord trying to rent his property, trying to rent a commercial property. He's gonna. I mean, yeah, if he wants to talk to the community, he can. But as long as he has a tenant who's willing and able to rent his space, he's not. He doesn't have any obligation to go ask people, "Oh, what do you want What do you want in my shopping center? That's not relevant to this witness, ma'am. It isn't.
Well, he
Come on.
testified that he wanted to keep this in keeping with the desires and the values of the community. That was his testimony.
Right, about what he wanted, but that doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't necessarily the community might want to have a disco or a fancy nightclub in the space, but he said I don't want that in my space. But right, he just says what he wants in his space. That's what he said. This is what I want. This is the environment I want in my space. He didn't say we consulted with the community. That's what he said he wants. And hopefully, what the landlord wants is the same thing that the community wants, but this is not the witness for that, ma'am. Let's move on.
Well, how would he know what the community wanted if he didn't ask?
He doesn't need to know what the community wants. He said what he wants for his space. That's what I heard. This is a space because of the community.
Is there a provision in the lease that would prohibit the proposed tenant from operating a cafe or a patio, garden patio?
Are you referring to a specific provision in the lease?
Yes, is there a provision in the lease that would allow him to open a patio or garden cafe adjacent to your property?
When I do a keyword search for the lease, cafe and patio doesn't come up.
All right, Mr. Burker, I don't need you to do any research, sir. If you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I don't need you to do any research, sir.
Very well.
Okay, let's
Well,
move
can you
on.
tell us whether or not that's public space?
Miss Rones, one of the things I said to you before, Miss Rones, even if he asks for a sidewalk cafe, this agency will not issue a license for this space unless the agency who's responsible for that gives him a license. So he can ask us for a sidewalk cafe, but we're not going to approve a sidewalk cafe for this restaurant until he gets a license from that agency who issues licenses for sidewalk cafe. Let's move on, ma'am. I shared that with you at the beginning of the hearing, ma'am. Let's move on. That's not relevant for this witness. I don't know what Ms. Roan, I don't know what information the tenant has to give Department of Transportation to get a sidewalk cafe. So if it's not in this lease or whatever it is, I don't care. It's not relevant for us here, ma'am, because as I told you before, ma'am, we are not going to issue the license until all permits that issued from all other agencies have been provided to us. The same way I stated before, he signed a settlement agreement with the ANC for an occupancy of 60. If his certificate of occupancy comes back to say he can only have 20 people in there, only 20 people will be there, okay? Let's move on, ma'am.
Okay, just a minute. Is it your understanding that he's going to operate a bakery on the premises?
No.
Is he going to have a full service kitchen?
My understanding is that he will sell bakery items. Whether he operates a bakery, quote unquote, I'm not certain of that. But it really doesn't matter to us. If he can properly operate it, then we're okay with it.
Do you know whether or not he's going to operate a full service kitchen?
Presumption is if he's serving hot food, it'll be full service. I'm not sure what you mean by full service.
A full service that meets the requirements for a commercial kitchen.
That would be a regulatory assessment done by our council.
Yeah, but you're a property manager. You do know the
I'd have to
required space.
I'd have to defer to council. I'd have to defer to counsel.
Let me ask you a question about.
Ms. Roan, we have a time constraint, okay? So I just want to let you know that this hearing has to end at 6 o'clock. I already told you that we're going to continue it. It's 5:45, okay? So I just want to let you know that. Ms. Roan? Ms. Roan, I need you to wrap up your question for this witness.
Let me go through my notes really quick, and then I'll ask him the only salient questions that I have left. What is your understanding about his desire to have a carry-out alcohol license?
He will not have that as per the settlement agreement. He will not have that, ma'am. Let's move on.
He spoke to that. He said that
as per the settlement agreement that he signed with the ANC, he will not have that. Let's move on. As per the settlement agreement that he signed with the ANC, it says that he will not have it. Let's move on.
Well, you said the settlement agreement wasn't relevant a minute ago.
No, but what I said, no, that's not what I said, ma'am. I said if the board does not approve the license, the settlement agreement it would be irrelevant. If the board approved the license, everything in the settlement agreement is binding on him. And so I'm just saying to you, the settlement agreement that he signs says that he will not have a carryout and delivery endorsement. He will not have entertainment. He will not have a DJ. He's going to close at 11 o'clock. He's going to start selling at 10:30. That's what the settlement agreement says. So therefore, if this license is approved, the settlement agreement will be the ceiling, ma'am. All right.
Well, his application states that
I don't care about his application, ma'am. He filed an application and he signed a settlement agreement, which you have a copy of the settlement agreement, ma'am. That I told you the board approved. So therefore, the settlement agreement is the ceiling. He will not have anything above what is in the settlement agreement, ma'am. So we don't need to go there anymore. You don't need to go to the hours because the settlement agreement that he signed already gave him the ceiling of hours that he will have.
Past due the least. Rob, were you aware that he was also planning to sell spirits, hard alcohol?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, could you rephrase the question, please?
Were you aware that he was also applying to sell hard liquor and spirits?
No, I was unaware of that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your answer?
It makes no difference to me as long as he's in compliance.
Okay, well, this will probably be one of my last questions. Were you aware that the tobacco shop adjacent to this premise is a cannabis operation?
I'd like to speak to that.
Hold on. Listen, I don't care about that. That's not relevant. It has nothing to do with this license. Let's move on. That's not relevant.
It's extremely.
I'm sorry, Ms. Roan. It is irrelevant to this hearing today. I don't care what's next door. It's not a license. Well, to the best of my knowledge, it's not a licensed establishment, and whether that it was licensed or not, it is not relevant. If it was an alcohol establishment, ma'am, you could ask all the questions about it. But as a cannabis, legal or illegal establishment, it's not relevant to this hearing, ma'am. Let's move on.
Well, I take exception with that, but I will move on. Just a second, please. I'm going to speed this up. Did you, Rob, see any pictures or diagrams of the proposed layout of the Sahara Market?
I saw a schematic rendering.
Was it the same one that was presented earlier?
I believe so, but it was hard to see. It was small on my screen.
So that's the only plan that you saw.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Did you see any architectural plans? Did you see any space planning plans prior to approving his application for this lease?
Now, that would not be relevant to us before the lease.
Are you saying that most commercial leases don't request that information?
Ms. Rowan, let's move on. I don't care about the commercial lease. Let's move on, ma'am.
This is another question that I have. What website did you review for the Sahara market?
I did not review a website for the Sahara market.
Didn't you testify that you looked at the website and you gleaned from the website that this was a professional operation? Didn't you say something to that effect?
I don't think I said that, but I'd be happy to clarify.
No
What
clarification
website
if
did you
no
look at?
clarification if Ms. Rowan.
What website did you look at?
Ms. Rowan, this is not relevant. Let's move on, ma'am. I don't care I don't care, ma'am. It's not relevant to the board. Move on, please, ma'am.
Give me a moment, please. Do you know if Tom Thompson is an agent of the proprietor?
Who's Tom Thompson? Who's that? Where does this name come
The
from, Ms. Rowan?
gentleman that spoken with Rob.
I don't care. Move on. No.
That's not who I spoke to.
Let's move on. Go ahead.
You didn't speak to Tim Thompson? You said he came and introduced himself to you.
You said Tom.
All right.
Tim Thompson.
I don't care, ma'am. Let's move on.
Okay, this is one thing I just need to have some clarification about. Does your company own the land adjacent to your building? Is that public space?
Irrelevant. Let's move on.
Okay, this is a question I need to ask. What controls do you have over who patronizes the restaurant?
Objection. Let's move on.
I take exception. Mr. Rob stipulated that he didn't want young people or he didn't want it to become a nightclub. What controls does he have in place to prohibit that?
I don't care about what Mr. Rob thinks. I don't care. Let's move on. And no disrespect to you, sir, okay? This is not the purpose of this, okay?
Right.
Let's move on.
Well, I just want to reiterate, you only spoke to one person, one resident in the community. Is that correct?
I don't know where he lives. I presume he lives in the community. He's part of the community activist organizations there, community and the ANC. So I guess that by presumption he lives there. He lives in the community. I wasn't making the link when I initially spoke, but yeah, I guess so. Have I spoken to others? Yeah, I haven't spoken to anybody about the project or about the lease or anything, but I speak to patrons all the time who are frequenting the shopping center.
This is the last question. In your opinion, does the shopping center have enough parking space to accommodate this type of operation?
Yes.
How many parking spaces are available now?
Afton answered 48 to 50, ma'am. He testified to that earlier. Move on, ma'am.
Okay, well, that's really all I have to ask, Mr. Rob.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members? You have a question, Mr. Short? No, do you have a question, Mr. Short? I thought you were unmuting and I thought you were trying to unmute your line, sir. Okay. All right. Mr. Barker, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Am I dismissed? Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Is that your last witness? Is that your last witness?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, it is.
As I share that this matter, this hearing has to be over at 6. What we will do, I will have our legal office. I try not to do this. I try to finish the hearings, but board members have, we're limited in board members. There are only 3 of us, and some board members have commitments past 6 o'clock. So I cannot, in good conscience, continue this hearing past. And we need to have 3 board members here for us to have a quorum for us to make the decisions. So I'm going to end this hearing. Our legal office will get to you immediately, probably in the next couple of days, to propose some dates to continue the hearing. And at that time, Ms. Rones, you said you have 3 witnesses to testify. Is that correct? You're on mute, Ms. Rones.
2 of the witnesses were not available today due to extended circumstances, but I do believe we can arrange to have them participate otherwise.
How many witnesses do you have listed on your PIP, ma'am?
Well, we have 7, but we only are going to use 5.
As I told you, you can only call 5 witnesses. That's what I told. That's what you were not at the pre-hearing conference. I'm sorry. You were not at the show cause status hearing where I said you only have 5 witnesses, and I also said you had 2 hours to present your case. So
I wasn't there.
1 hour. I know you weren't there, ma'am. And you have 1 hour to present your case.
Well, okay? It said I had 90 minutes, 1 hour and 1/2.
No, ma'am, that's not what I said, ma'am. That's not what I said.
Are you changing the
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. If you go back and read the transcript, it says that you have 1 hour. You have 5 witnesses and 1 hour to present your case. That's what I said.
It says 1 hour and 1/2.
What?
I beg to differ with you. It says 1 hour and 1/2 hours.
Miss Roan. I've been doing this for 9 years, and I read the instructions, Miss Roan, and the instruction says you have 1 hour. You have 5 witnesses because we're doing this virtual. You have 1 hour and 5 witnesses. That's the instructions that I read. You go back and read the transcript, ma'am. And if that's not what's in the transcript, you send me a copy of the transcript, okay?
I will do that. And then if it says 1.5 hours, you will agree to that?
If that's what was said in the transcript, ma'am. But okay. I know what I said. I know what I read because I read from an instruction. So I don't give it from the top of my head. I'm sitting here reading the instruction to give the party the instruction for a hearing. So I know what's in the transcript. It says 1 hour, 5 witnesses. If you need more than one, if you need more time, you file a motion. And that's what I said.
Let me review the transcript, and yes, I will certainly communicate to you if it says something different from what you're alleging. Okay.
And I will also review the transcript, ma'am. Okay. All right. The legal office will get back to the parties, and we'll reconvene this hearing at our earliest convenience. Okay.
Very well.
And you can only call the witnesses that are listed on your PIP. No, if the person is not if the document and witnesses, if it's not listed in the PIP, you cannot call any additional persons. Is that clear, ma'am?
We will only call people listed.
Okay, ma'am. I just want to make sure that it's understood. All right, fine. Thank you, everyone. Our legal office will advise you of the date to continue this hearing. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. And let me close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board will hold a closed meeting on September 19th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for September 19th, as published in the DC Register on September 13th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. I want to thank all members of the public who participated in our hearings today. I will ask all board members to return to executive session briefly. We're adjourned for the day. Thank you. Have a great day. All right, bye-bye.